We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be covering today. Today is Friday, August 14th, 2026. And so as Master says, night's low only going to be 19 Celsius. I'm going to be toasted. Yeah, I mean 19 Celsius seems like a pretty good temperature for the nighttime. But you know, it'd be nicer if it wasn't so high during the daytime. Reach says, I've been watching your videos from West Africa and I love it. Awesome. I think I'm not too sure if we have other viewers from Africa in general. I'm not too sure, but welcome to the stream, Reach. Nice to see you here. Okay, so on each one of our streams, we like to cover 4 different topics, as is what we're doing right now. So the first topic we're going to be covering is, well, we're going to be continuing playing a little game called Her Story. It's a game where we need to figure out what happened behind some murder investigation. We're interviewing some woman or some women. Not completely sure, and we need to figure out what's the truth and what's not the truth. So that's going to be the first topic of today's stream. The second topic is going to be a demo, and we're actually going to be doing the demo that we're supposed to be doing on Tuesday, which is TryHackMe Hacker Holidays. On Tuesday, we weren't able to access the challenges, but they seem to be online again now, so we're going to try demonstrating some of the challenges from this CTF event. And we'll be going over how to solve these challenges. So that's the second topic for today. In the third topic, we're going to be finishing off our binary exploitation course with a few miscellaneous challenges from Pico CTF. So binary exploitation is not my strongest subject, but it's been really fun talking about it with you all and solving some challenges. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. We'll take your stream and to the end. We'll be there before we reach that. Okay, Pretzel Pete. Hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day, Pretzel Pete. Okay, so that's going to be the binary exploitation section of today's stream. That's going to be the third topic. And in the fourth topic, we're going to be doing we're going to be getting back to our roots and doing a Linux box. So we're going to be doing some network hacking challenges over at HackSmarter. So HackSmarter is it's a kind of smaller CTF platform, cybersecurity education platform, and we're going to be doing the Samurai box from that platform, and we're going to be seeing if we can finish it in a few hours. We'll see. Okay, but without further ado, let's get into the first topic for today. It's going to be 60 minutes, and we're going to be doing another session of Her Story. Okay, if you want to get a copy of this game yourself, you can do it from the Steam store or any other methods you want to do, any other stores. But you can get it for probably around 9 or 8 euros, if my conversion is correct on the Canadian dollar. Okay, but let's start the game. Should be coming up on stream any time now. It's taking a little bit of time to start up. Okay. SteamDB has those regional prices for anybody who wants to check. Oh, awesome. Thank you for letting us know about that. Okay, so volume check. Is the volume okay, or is it too loud? you should be able to hear my voice over the music. Okay, so in this game, we're playing the role of some sort of investigator. Seems a little bit loud. Is it a bit loud? Okay, I'll turn it down a little bit. Alright, so the other thing I'm wondering about this game is whether or not sound is about 10% too high. Okay, I turned it down a little bit. So there's a log off button, there's a rubbish bin. Oh, there's information in the rubbish bin. This is something you need to take note of if you do like network hacking exercises. Sometimes you get access to the desktop, and there might be stuff hiding in the rubbish bin. Let's pull these out. So there's a mirror game and there's a hack info. Okay. What does this say? Ooh, I can't read that. Gross hack? G-hack. Okay. Oh, okay, so this is a crack file. So I guess we got a cracked version of this game, and the group that cracked it has a little button for, well, little file for us to look at. Grace hack, okay. And hello, nice to see you here. It's Vladimir, right? Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's try playing this mirror game. So what are we supposed to do here? Player 1's turn. Put something here. Put something here. What are we supposed to do in this game? Oh, we put something on the player 2's turn. Player 1's turn. Okay, I'm not really too sure what this game is all about. So apparently it's a game where we change the colors of tiles. Kind of like Othello or something. Yeah, I mean, I can't really read Cyrillic, but I kind of remember kind of like the pattern. Okay, so maybe, I mean, I'm not too sure if this game has anything to do with the overall game, so we'll just come away from it. So there's also this database checker thing on the desktop. 1 volume missing. So does this keep track of how many of these video clips we've unlocked? Waiting for the next CTFs from you. Yeah, we should be doing CTF content in about 55 minutes. If you're looking for that. Okay, so I guess this might be like a progress checker. Okay. Alright, let's get back to the investigation. So we got a bunch of keywords that we're supposed to type into the database to get new video clips. So where did we leave off? Maybe we can check for the Cavalier, which is the make of the car. Cavalier. Okay, so there's just one, and we've already seen this one. Maybe something about a van. Yeah, same one. Okay. How about a credit card? Or credit? No. What about our boss's, well, Simon's boss's wife is named Diana. Okay, we've already seen the video clips that talk about that. I think we've seen all of the video clips that have to do with the wedding, right? No, we haven't. Okay. We can watch more video clips associated with the wedding. So one of these, we think that the person we're talking to has multiple personas, or maybe they're two different women who are identical twins. Because this woman right here, she's got a tattoo, but the other women don't have a tattoo. So we need to figure out what is up with that. Okay, let's take a look at this first one.
I guess you could call it that, but we were both happy to get married. It was a beautiful wedding. We had our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it. I mean, it was genuinely our first dance. We'd never danced together before. It was probably awful to watch, but I enjoyed it. It felt like it was just me and Simon for that moment. Just the two of us.
Okay, so I'm kind of interested
I'm not sure.
in the name of the song, Come Back and Stay, because we might be able to search for that in the database later.
Our first dance to Come Back and Stay. I'm not sure if that's a good wedding song, but I loved it. I chose it.
Okay.
I mean, it was genuine.
And this one?
We spent the wedding night in a hotel in Brighton. It would have been too much to do more. We were saving for the baby. It was wonderful to be in a hotel, away from home, just alone together. Since then, we've always tried to get away for our holiday.
Okay, Zamru asked, do we have a generic search engine in the universe? Yeah, I'm not sure what they use for the database search engine over here. It's certainly not SQL, because SQL would be much more structured than this. Feels more like a web engine search. Okay, what about this one? So this is the same place, the empty mailroom. Empty room, not mailroom. We need to keep track of the different locations where the interviews take place, because they might come in. I mean, we do have a Google equivalent, or is it just whatever database? What's this called? It's called Cornerstone. And this is called the Logic database. Okay, let's take a look at this next clip.
Yeah, that's Simon's watch. It was a gift from Eric. He got it this year. It was a wedding anniversary gift. Steel. It would have been Diane who chose it. She has really nice taste. That time. You must eliminate me. I was in Glasgow then.
Okay. Zammer says, God, this game kind of reminds me of The Root Trees Are Dead. That game was great. I've also heard about The Root Trees Are Dead, and I was thinking about playing that game on stream as well, because I hear it's a pretty fun little investigative game. But is it mostly centered around like looking at video clips, or is it something else? You're supposed to be, I think you're supposed to be building out like relationships between different objects and people.
No. The parents decided there would be a wedding. And after the wedding, Hannah moved in with his parents. There was no way I could follow. So we were separated again. I stayed in the attic. It was hard. It's like I suddenly didn't exist. I would sneak out, but in case anyone recognized me, I started wearing a wig. Hannah and I would meet up in the park. I was trying to get pregnant. But I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't do it with anyone we knew, so it was sex with strangers. Drunk guys I'd met in clubs, parks and alleyways. I was 17. It felt like I was being punished. But It was Hannah who had betrayed us. I had to stop when one of the guys gave me an STD. When we met up, it was disturbing. For the first time, my reflection, she didn't look like me. She was fatter, flushed. If anything, I was getting skinnier. I found it hard to look sometimes. We talked about what to do. Was it time to become our own people? I mean, that seemed like the right thing to do, but neither of us wanted it. We agreed that her and Simon would get their own place as soon as possible, and then I could move in. And that was the plan.
Okay, there are a lot of saucy details in that clip about people having relations. Alright, you know what I just thought of? So, the information in here, we could search this up as well. So, Grace hack, or like G hack, we could start looking for these in the database. So, like Cracker, Cyber Ghost, The Legend, something something, because they might turn up something in the database. She's gross, is she? Cyber Ghost. Okay, nothing about Cyber Ghost. What about Grace Hack? Okay, and maybe G Hack? Nope. How about Mirror Game? Nope, nothing for this. The Legends. Yeah, I tried searching for Mirror Game, didn't come up. How about just G Hack in general? G Hack? Oh, I think I've already done that. One more time. Okay, so I guess there's nothing about this information in here. So we have a lot of stuff to look for. So she mentioned something about like STDs. Ah, okay, she mentions STDs more than once. So this person is not Hannah. Hannah got married to Simon, so not Hannah. And this person is also... It's the same person, it's not Hannah. Okay.
I was living in the attic. It was a very hard time. I was depressed, was still pretty sick of the STD. And I came down one morning and they were dead. They were in bed and both had been sick. They'd thrown up a lot. And I'd slept through it. The police said it was the mushrooms they ate. Dad was a mushroom expert. He used to take us picking with him and he taught us how to recognize them. And there's no way he would have picked death caps. But the police believe that's what happened. They never even looked in the attic.
Okay, so she mentioned the name of the mushrooms, so there was the death cap mushroom. Okay, she mentions the death cap mushroom one more time.
They said it was food poisoning. There was something in the food they ate. My dad liked to pick mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms. It was hard to believe. Death caps. They have a skirt around the cap. My dad taught me that. But, I mean, the police had no reason to think it was suspicious. They lived alone. And no one had any reason to hurt them.
But these are different these might be different people. So this is like interview room B. So this is the location. And this is from July 3rd. And this one is from June 30th. And this is MT room 3. I mean, but the question is, are these the same person? I just want to check to see if
They said it was food poisoning.
okay, so it
There
looks
was
like
something in the food they
it's not
ate.
the girl
My
with the
dad had to get
tattoo.
mushrooms, grow them too. They said it was the mushrooms.
okay. So mushrooms. And there's one more talking about mushrooms.
The whole thing was wrong. The bags, I think they were from our kitchen. You can probably check that. We never go into the cellar. It's just a place we put things we don't need. My dad used to grow mushrooms there. The bags were taped up. I think it was parcel tape, but I think it was ours.
So she mentioned like a location in the house. The cellar. Okay, there's a few different clips about the cellar.
It was after dinner. I'd spoken to Sam's parents on the phone. I looked up for an early night and I suddenly had this thought. I think it was something his mum had said. She'd been speaking about old stuff, sad stuff, about when we lived there, about the baby. There's some boxes in the cellar, nursery stuff, stuff we never needed and I never had the heart to throw out. And I suddenly remembered that when I'd looked down there the week before, those boxes, that pile was in the wrong place. I went cold all over. I went down there with a torch and went straight to the back, and that's when I saw the bin bags. Pulled them open, saw the body. I screamed, and that's when I called the police.
Okay, Red Sly Fox says, does anyone into hacking really enjoy games like this? I mean, are you saying that if you're into hacking, you wouldn't like games like this? I mean, it's a game about trying to piece together like a mystery, and like everybody loves mysteries, right? Not just hackers, or maybe especially hackers. All right.
Well, fine, considering. I got back into the house today, and that was weird, knowing your people have been there through my things. It's like I've been burgled. I mean, worse, obviously. I don't know. I haven't lived in the cellar yet. They sent a cleaner in, as good as new, he said. But they had to throw some stuff out. Couldn't get the blood out. And I'm still waiting to hear from the coroner so we can get a date set for the funeral. It's going to be a cremation. So,
Okay, I've got a new theory, right? So there's a woman with a tattoo. I think we might see like the same person who gets the tattoo without a tattoo maybe earlier on in the interviews. Maybe they get a tattoo like partway through the interviews, that kind of thing. Okay, It's just, it's all just talking. Might as well watch true crime on TV. I mean, it's a game. It's all about trying to figure out what happened. She was smiling when she mentioned she couldn't get the blood out. I mean, it's fine. It's fine if this is not your style of game, and you know, it's fine if you don't enjoy it. But I mean, I think it's pretty cool. Okay, let's keep on going.
It happened very quickly. We hardly had to talk to each other. We agreed almost silently. The baby was what mattered. We'd help each other. We cleaned up. We bagged up the broken mirror, her clothes. They're gone. We took him down to the cellar. We knew we had an alibi, and we wanted the body to be found later. We wanted to have suspicion on us, so we could then disprove it, rather than have it linger. Better to keep the body in the house than risk being seen with it. The watch, that was my touch, to make sure the alibi stuck.
It sounds like she's in the middle of admitting to the murder here. So we should probably keep track of the time date and the date stamp here. So like admitting to murder, admission. So this is the 3rd of August. So this is 1994. The other clip that talks about the watch, she mentioned she was in Glasgow then. Yeah, Glasgow. I should probably search that up as well. So we're done with the cellar. Oh, she mentions Glasgow quite a number of times. 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so this is... June 27th, okay.
I got in the car and I drove. I just kept driving north. Just kept going, just wanted to get as far away as I could. When I finally stopped, I was all the way up in Glasgow. I was so tired. I just had to sleep.
Okay, so she drives to Glasgow.
Yes. I got to Glasgow, I was exhausted, so I pulled over and slept in the car. I woke up because a rubbish truck went past. I got some petrol, bought a coffee and a pastry, tried calling someone from the payphone, and then headed back.
Okay, so another thing we should probably keep track of is what the person's wearing on each one of these dates. So for example, this is empty room 3, and this is the 27th of June 1994, and she's wearing a orange top and ponytail. So something tells me that we should be keeping track of these details, otherwise we could miss something. Okay, same day?
No, I don't think so. Glasgow was deserted that early in the morning.
There are actually 10 entries for Glasgow, so we need to add Glasgow with some other search term to get the rest of these terms, the rest of these clips.
When I arrived in Glasgow, I was exhausted. The streets were empty. I was driving badly, and I hit a taxi. Not a big crash, just paintwork. The guy was so pissed off because I didn't have a driving license on me. But when I told him I was pregnant, he made sure I got to the hospital so they could check me out. It was fine. The hospital must have details when I was looked at. There's a scratch on the car.
So, okay. So she says that she was pregnant. So the person that was pregnant was Hannah, right? Hannah was pregnant? Okay. What's another search term we can look for? So maybe stuff about the funeral. So the reason why we're dealing with the funeral is because it was either Simon's parents or Hannah's parents that died after their anniversary. So the funeral, only 2 for the funeral. Maybe the Glasgow hospital? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so let's keep track of these dates now. So this one is interview room B. I'm just gonna make a few notes. Interview room B, and this is the 3rd of July 1994. So she's got long hair and a white top. Okay, so Chandra Dysum. Hello, nice to see you here. Try sudo rm no preserve root. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's take a look at this clip.
Yes, it was a cremation for the best. We both wore black and had veils, so it was easy. And after the funeral, everyone came back to the house. Hannah served up sandwiches, and I stayed out of sight.
So this is not... It's not Hannah, because she mentions Hannah. So I guess the, not Hannah. So do we have an idea who this not Hannah might be? Is it like... Is her name Eve? Let's check. Yeah, so we already checked for this. Eve, maybe we'll combine these, Eve and Hannah. And they mentioned like a place in the house, the nursery, which is where, you know, you keep your baby. Just one. And we've already seen that. Boxes in the cellar, so just because they mentioned it in one of the clips. Oh, they mentioned this a lot. We need to find another search term along with this one. Sure. What is this? The empty room. Hold on. So empty room 3, and this one's for the 30th of June. So this person has on a short sleeve, light short sleeve top, and she's got like a braid. Okay, let's see what's up with this.
Really? You're going to ask me about my sex life? I mean, isn't that private?
I guess we're going to be asking more about that.
Are you married? How is your sex life?
All right.
So, Our sex life is probably fairly average for a couple after 10 years of marriage.
Okay, so I'm guessing this is Hannah because they're talking about, you know, being married, and Hannah is the person who was married, right?
No, you're talking to the wrong person if you think I'm some kind of slut. If you think I'm the kind of person that would have had sex with all those guys. No, I was 15, Carl was older, 17 I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It's stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know? Family.
Okay, so this one's significant because it's the return of the person with the tattoo. Yeah, there's the tattoo we were talking about. So this one is on the 1st of July. And so here's the tattoo. This is the MT room 3. And she's got a blue short sleeve top and long hair. That mentioned a name, Carl. Oh, you know what? I didn't even catch that. Yeah, thank you for cluing me in on that. So Carl. So we need to figure out who this tattoo person is. There were 9 entries for sex. Great. Carl? Ah, okay, so she talks more about this guy.
Was he my first? No need to be so coy. No, he wasn't my first. That would have been Carl. He was a local boy in a band. He was a bit of a shit. But he was sexy. We were 15.
Okay.
Family. So, Carl fucked off, and then there were other boys here and there, and then Simon.
Simon. This isn't Hannah, right? Because Hannah talked about how she didn't have a bunch of premarital sex. So this has to be the other person. Does that timestamp line up with the other clip? Which other clip were we talking about? The other one that mentions Carl? The other one that mentions Carl is this one, right? Simon, what does Simon say? That's a good question. So we got interview room B, and this is a different date. And this is the 7th of the one that mentioned before this that mentioned Carl. Okay, we'll watch the. I think this is the one. We'll watch it one more time.
No, I was 15. Carl was older, 17, I think. I was really into him, regardless of how he actually behaved. Lots of drunken teenage sex. We did it in a church once. It's stupid. So he got tired of us and we split up after about 6 months. It was sad, but those early experiences, they help you realise who's really important to you, you know?
Okay, there seems there are two parts of the same response, the one that ended with family. Yeah, that one. Okay, so we'll try this one over here. So interview room B, and I think this one is supposed to be Hannah. So let me take a look at my notes. Oh, this is still not Hannah. So empty room 3 is... This is not Hannah, and this is the 1st of... The 1st of August? No, the 1st of July. Not Hannah. And this one should be Hannah.
Differences? She's a better driver than me. She passed the test for us. I tried to take it and nearly crashed the car. Learned that you can't rely on confidence to get you through everything. She is the shy one. She was especially shy around boys. If Hannah liked a boy, I would have to pursue him. It was that way with Carl. Hannah met him first. She had such a crush. I let him take my virginity after a night that his band had played at. It got difficult. When I was with Carl, we would have sex, but Hannah couldn't let him see she was a virgin. She had lots of excuses. After a while, we decided that I should take Hannah's virginity. It's not that different to a bruise, pulling a tooth, a graze. We used a hairbrush. After that, we took it in turns, though. I was always the one who seduced the boys. Until Simon.
Okay, so this is probably the same person, but because she's got a long sleeve top on, we can't see the tattoo. So this is not Hannah.
Hannah was so smitten with Simon. She started getting jealous, didn't want to share. Even the first date, we went to see Tom Cruise at the Old Odeon. We both went, kept changing places in the toilet. We only had one best dress, so we had to keep swapping clothes. Must have thought we had terrible bladder problems. The next date, it was my turn. At the end, I let him kiss me, but that was it. We didn't want another Carl on our hands, and the Ouija board had said to hold back. After that, it was Hannah's turn, and she slept with him. Broke the rules. Deliberately broke the rules. She wanted to be the first to sleep with him. I mean, that's when she got pregnant. From that one time.
Okay, a few interesting details there. So she talked about Tom Cruise. I bet Tom Cruise was the murderer. So they only mentioned Tom Cruise once. They mentioned the name of the theater that they went to, the Odeon. There's more than one for the movie theater. Okay. So this one's from the 25th. The 25th. Do I have notes for that? So this is empty room 3. This is the 25th of June. And what's she wearing? She's wearing a short sleeve blue top. Yeah. I mean, it looks like the same top, but maybe she does have the tattoo. Maybe it becomes yeah, she doesn't have a tattoo. So maybe this is Hannah that we're talking to here. Okay, let's play it. We'll see what happens.
No, He was as shy as me. I asked a friend to ask him out for me. We had our first date at the Odeon in North End. We went to see Risky Business. I had on my one best dress. Simon paid. He bought me a Whisper, and I was worried about getting chocolate on my teeth.
Okay, so I think this one is Hannah. So they interview both Hannah and not Hannah in the same rooms. Okay. So another interesting detail that they mentioned was the Ouija board. Okay, so they mention it twice. So what's... This one's from the 3rd. In interview room B. So this is not Hannah.
When beautiful people died, we always felt like it was a sign. You remember Princess Grace? Grace Kelly? She died in a car crash the year before we met Simon. We used a Ouija board to speak to her, and that gave us the power to find him. That's what we thought then. That people who died tragically leave some kind of magic behind. We used to share dreams. We used to wake up and write them down in our diaries immediately and compare them.
Okay, so where do we go from here? So we talked about Carl, we talked about the movie theater. Oh, maybe they talk more about their dress. Okay, so we've already seen all the stuff that mentions the dress. I think I looked up the nursery, right? Yeah, okay. Maybe more stuff about the baby? So I kind of okay, we didn't watch all the stuff about the baby. There's lots of stuff about this baby. So this is from the 25th. Empty room 3. The 25th. And this is... I mean, I'm guessing this is Hannah. Dreams? Yeah, we should probably search up the dreams as well.
We couldn't afford our own place. Simon dropped out of school, went full-time at the Glaziers. That was Eric's generosity. We moved in with his mum and dad. They had a spare room for us and the baby, if it came. It was a nice change, time to myself, living there for those months, full of hope.
Okay, so if we remember correctly, Hannah had a miscarriage, so she lost the baby, and then a couple of days after she lost the baby, Simon's parents died because of the poisonous mushrooms. Who's Eric? Eric is Simon's boss. Simon's boss at the glass artisan shop, I think he works at. Okay, so what about this person in the orange like suit top? This is empty room 3 on June 27th. So she's got an orange top and a ponytail in empty room 3.
Yes. It was a shock to him. I mean, we never thought it was possible. I don't know what he... I mean, I hadn't decided whether to keep the baby. I wasn't really ready to talk to him about it.
Okay. So there has to be like another keyword associated with the baby, because we can't get access to the other, how many? Like 12 clips, unless we find the correct keyword to pair with baby. Baby miscarriage, maybe? So miscarriage by itself only had 5. So yeah, Zamru mentioned that they talk about dreams. Okay, there's one more about dreams that we didn't see. So this is from interview room B, and this is not Hannah.
He saw me singing one of my shows. Pure chance. Not sure I remember what he was even doing there. Afterwards, I had a drink at the bar and he came over and we got talking. I knew who he was. Obviously I knew who he was. But he didn't know who I was. He was fascinated by the likeness. He guessed my name from letter 2. Told me it was a palindrome, well, that would impress me. I enjoyed talking to him. It was amazing to be able to sit and interact and talk to him after all this time. He didn't tell me he was married. I'm not sure what he was thinking. He later told me it was like he was dreaming. A waking dream.
So this is the person with the tattoo. And the tattoo has her name on it. And the tattoo, and the person mentioned that her name was a palindrome. So palindromes are the same forwards and backwards. So I think this is... Oh, right. Hannah's also a palindrome. So Hannah's a palindrome, and Eve is also a palindrome. Because we suspected that this person's name was Eve. Not Hannah is Eve. Or at least... That's... Somebody talked about that. They thought that the not Hannah was Eve. Okay. So what else? Oh, there was like a burglary, right? Or burgle? Or burglar? I guess we could also talk about the funeral or cremation. So there's nothing about cremation. What about the funeral? Okay, so we talked about the funeral. Burglary. No, nothing there. How about... So they said something special about boxes. There's only one thing about boxes. Something about boxes in a cellar, or bags in the cellar. Bags? Okay, there's only 5 of them here, so we can look through them all. So something about something suspicious being in the bags, maybe like human remains. They put the bodies in the bags. And this is empty room 3 on the 27th of June. Orange top ponytail. But we haven't figured out who this is. If it's Hannah or if it's Eve.
When will the police let me back in the house? They let me take a bag of clothes with me, but...
Still don't know who this is. Probably... This is probably Hannah, but I can't be completely sure. Okay. So this other clip is from the 30th in empty room 3. So this is Hannah.
Okay. I parked up in the street. It was busy, so I had to park down the end of the road. Walked up, Knocked on the door, no answer. I took my keys out of my bag and unlocked the door. The main lock was unlocked. You can tell because the key doesn't turn when you try to turn it to the left. I walked in. Simon's coat wasn't on the peg. I couldn't see his shoes in the shoe rack. I shouted out. I walked straight into the kitchen because he usually sits in there to have a cup of tea and read his paper, but he wasn't there. I touched the kettle. It was cold. I looked quickly in the living room. Nothing. So I walked upstairs to the bedroom and he wasn't there. I didn't search for him because it was pretty clear he wasn't there. I had a shower. The phone rang whilst I was in the shower. I didn't answer it. I think it was Eric. Then I was just exhausted. So I lay down on the bed and I fell asleep, though I didn't mean to. I woke up a couple of hours later and I was surprised to see no one in the bed next to me. And then I remembered where I was and what had happened. That's when Eric called again. This time I spoke to him. Then I called Doug and Eleanor. And then I decided to come and see you. Is that enough?
Okay, so I think they mentioned... So these are two friends, Doug and Eleanor. Let's do a quick search on them. Okay, so we've got 6 entries about this person, Doug. And this is the 25th. 25th, empty room. So this is Hannah?
Yeah. I've been round to Doug and Eleanor's and they're very worried. I feel sorry for them.
So I guess Doug and Eleanor are their friends and neighbors?
I got a job to contribute, you know. Doug knew someone and I got a job as a dinner lady at the primary school. They said it didn't matter if I could cook or not, just don't poison the kids. So you see, it's always been complicated between me and Simon. It's never just been the two of us. There's always been pressure.
Okay, so she talked about like her position as a lunch lady. I guess they call it a dinner lady in the UK. Someone who serves food to the kids at the school. We'll talk about. Well, I guess we'll search for that later. This is a different day. So this is the 30th, and this is Hannah.
I hoover, I dust every week, maybe less. I once asked Eleanor how often I should dust, and she said, if people ask, tell them you do it once a week, but every few weeks is okay. I think she was just trying to make me feel better. I mean, when I was there, she was hoovering every day, you know, ran an ordered house. You know how that generation is, putting on a brave front. She has secret stashes of cigarettes. Doug doesn't even know she smokes. When I was there, I saw her. She has these sort of porcelain vases, ornamental, next to the Reader's Digest books. Cigarettes inside. And she still has them. I mean, last time I was there, I looked in a vase. There was a fresh pack. I mean, all those years of marriage, and she still has a secret like that.
Okay, and one more.
1984 was an awful year in the end. We were living at Doug and Eleanor's. I lost the baby at the end of spring and my parents died in the summer. It was a hot summer, a heat wave. So when they discovered the bodies, it was just awful. Because of the circumstances, them dying together like that, they brought in a lot of police. A forensic entomologist. I had to look that up. It was because of the heat. It's just awful.
Hold on. So, okay, hold on.
19...
Excuse me, everybody. Mr. Dravel, hello, nice to see you here. What are we up to right now? So we're just finishing off our warm-up segment of the stream. I'm playing a little game. It's called Her Story, and there's a murder investigation where we have to watch a bunch of video clips and figure out what happened. But we're going to be doing some cybersecurity CTF exercise demonstrations in just a few minutes. Okay, so they mentioned something a bit unusual. Something about
forensic entomologist.
Entomologist.
It was because of the heat.
Okay, Mr. Dravel says, I recently got into Linux hacking. So Linux hacking is in... Oh, okay, I have a virtual box of Kali on right now, actually, very new. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, we're going to be doing a Linux hacking exercise at the end of the stream, maybe in about 3 hours or so. We're going to be doing... What was it? So there's a bunch of different platforms where you can do hacking against deliberately vulnerable machines, and the one we're going to be doing is over here. It's called Samurai from HackSmarter. TryHackMe? Yeah, so there's a bunch of different platforms. There's TryHackMe, there's Hack the Box. Yeah, TryHackMe, Hack the Box, Pico CTF. Those are the really popular ones. But we're going to be doing one called what was it called? HackSmarter at the end of today's stream. So entomologist? Is it entomologist? Okay, there's just one entry for this. They mentioned 1984. So that's when the murder took place, right? Or one of the, well, the death that happened in the family. They also mentioned cigarettes. Only one mention of cigarettes. Okay, do I need a custom OpenVPN config? Yeah, for HackSmarter, you need to VPN into their network using, you can use OpenVPN, you could use, well, probably OpenVPN is the easiest way to do it. Okay. You mentioned like a vase. Yeah, just one mention of the vase. She mentioned she was a dinner lady, so she worked at a school serving lunch to kids.
Not really. He would go to the pub. He had his drinking buddies there, but no one ever really came back to the house. Sometimes Eric, his boss, and his wife would come over for dinner. That would be us returning the favour. Diana's a really good cook, into her trendy ingredients. And the last time Simon cooked something off MasterChef, he got the recipe off Seedfax, and I did my Lloyd Grossman bit, commenting from the sidelines. I had to find fennel from the supermarket. Have you ever eaten fennel?
Have you ever eaten fennel? Okay, so I think that's going to be it for regular streams doing this game. I might do a couple of like specific gamer streams to try to finish this game off, maybe on like Sundays. But anyways, we'll quit out of this game. Thank you very much for for watching me play this this game. It's called Her Story, and if you want to find it, you want to get it yourself, you can find it on Steam over here. Fennel is good. Fennel, I like fennel seeds. I really haven't tried very much of the actual plant itself. It's like a very like meaty kind of vegetable, right? Like a very solid. Anyways, while we're doing the other stuff in today's stream, we'll put on a little bit of music. that's a bit loud. Alright, and we're going to move on to the next part of today's stream. I need to do a bunch of demonstrations and make a bunch of YouTube videos out of these demonstrations, so please bear with me. If you have any questions about what we're doing, please let me know. We're going to be doing some challenges from TryHackMe TryHackMe Hacker Holidays. Let me go ahead and get that. I've got a bunch of presentation files that I need to work through while I do these challenges as well. Okay, so this is going to be for TryHackMe. And I'll put an hour on the clock. It might take over an hour to do these, because I've got like 4 of them to work through. But we'll see. We're aiming for an hour. And we're starting on day number... I think we're starting on day number 3. It's fennel like licorice. Yeah, a little bit like licorice. Nullsec, hello, nice to see you here. What is up with you? Okay, so this is the challenge called complementary. Let's go ahead and grab that. Okay, and if you want to try this out yourself, I'm pretty sure you can access this for free. I'll reset my progress so that I can do the flags along with everybody else. Alright, let's go ahead and get started with the demonstration. Sergeant Sauerkraut, hello, nice to see you here. THM released those challenges again? Yeah, apparently they were down for a couple of days. Hopefully, the infrastructure still works. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Complementary Challenge, otherwise known as day number 3, from the Hacker Holidays event from TryHackMe. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're supposed to be doing in today's challenge. So this is day 3, this is a cloud hacking challenge, and it says, Lambo installed the Byte Lotus Wellness app the day she arrived. It was free. It had great reviews written by the app, but she didn't check. And she got her tote bag for saying yes to camera, mic, contacts, and location access. No account needed. No login screen, it just knows things about you the moment you open it. That's the whole pitch. Complimentary access. No friction, no sign up. Something has to be deciding what you're allowed to see, even without a login. And whatever that something is, it isn't checking very carefully. Your objective, find out how the app knows about anything about you at all, and see what else it's willing to hand over. Sketch start already. Yeah, for sure. Okay, and we've got target access, complimentary wellness app. So this is an Amazon link. Okay, so let me copy the link, and I'll hand it off to everybody who wants to take a look. So this should be the link over here. And let me take a look myself. Okay, so it says your wellness dashboard. No account needed. We've set you up as a guest the moment you arrived. Welcome, you don't have any wellness data for you yet. Check back after your first spa visit. Alright, so let's talk about what's going on in this challenge. So first of all, let's take a look at the itinerary for today. So it says, today's itinerary. Track down the AWS mechanism issuing your credentials behind the scenes. Use those credentials to dump more than your own record from the app's DynamoDB table, and retrieve the flag from another guest's data. So what we're dealing with is, we're dealing with something called broken access control. You can access stuff that you're not supposed to be able to access. Okay, so this is Hacker Holidays Day 3, complimentary. So in this challenge for the Hacker Holidays, we're asked to identify the problem with the AWS cloud integration on this web app and exploit it. So if we take a look at the request sent to the web page using the web developer tools, we see there's a script being loaded in called app.js. So the code in this app, the code in this script uses an AWS identity pool ID to get access through Cognito, which allows the app to access AWS's DynamoDB database. So apps that use AWS might need to use a database, and the database tool that they usually use is something called AWS DynamoDB. So you can get access to this through an Amazon account. So if we go over to the web app for this website over here, then take a look at, well, access the tools over in the corner, more tools, web developer tools. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the network tab over here. If we reload the page, it tells us what resources are being loaded up by the page. And in this case, we see that there's the app.js script. So this is being used to power the page. We can double click on it, and it'll open it up for us. Okay, so SysOS says Cognito is an AWS temporary credential mechanism, exactly meant for this kind of access. Yeah, so we see here that we've got, the app uses AWS credentials. So identity pool ID equals this. So these are the credentials for the Cognito pool, AWS region US East 1, and the table that is being accessed by DynamoDB is this one right here, complementary guest wellness profiles. So what we can do is we can test the security of the access. Let's talk about it over here. So if the AWS credentials used to access the DynamoDB database are not configured properly, it could allow any user to see any other user's database entries. So this is the type of thing you need to lock down. You need to make sure that only specific users are able to see their own data and nobody else's. So to test this access, we can enter in some code in the web browser developer console to try and output all the contents of the database table. So we're going to write up our own JavaScript to see if we can test the system to see if it can get us additional access through the database. So if it works, that means that there's a broken access control vulnerability on the app due to misconfigured AWS account permissions. So I've got some code for this over here. So day 3. So I'm not an especially well versed in JavaScript, especially not JavaScript that powers like the AWS software. But I did get the AI to help me out with this. So let's talk about what the code does. So we create a variable DynamoDB new AWS.DynamoDB region US East 1, and then we get an item. So DynamoDB.getItem, this is a what are they called? Functions and what is the name of that thing? Functions and what's the thing that's kind of like a function but is accessible by an object? No, not narrow. So it's a method. It's a method. So getItem is a method of the DynamoDB object. So table name, complementary get wellness profiles, key guest ID, and then what we do is we try to run a function. So the function is going to console log, so basically print out an error message if we're not able to access the data over here. But otherwise, we'll print out a message that says item received successfully, and then print out data.item, so the items from the database. So we'll just copy this code, and then we'll go back to the web page. We'll go over to the web page console in the web developer tools, and then we'll paste in the code. So if this works, it means that we've got too much access to the web app. So we click on run, and in the results, we see here item retrieved successfully. And let's see if we can pull some more of that up. So down here. Item retrieved successfully undefined. Hold on. Okay, so we'll run it again. Undefined. So the item, this should have outputted the items. So the stuff from the database. Okay, get item, retrieved object. Okay, this stuff here, and it should have retrieved like a number of objects for us, but I don't see them here. That's weird. Did something? Hold on. Let me take a look and see if I can. Okay, we return a number of other users' entries, and the fourth entry contains a flag. So at least that was what's supposed to happen. I think we can refine this a little bit. Hold on. Let's just ask the AI to give us a little bit of help. So we just want to adjust the code. Please adjust the code to output all of the database entries. Okay, I can't modify the code directly here. So this is what happens. You know, for some reason, it seems that I always get the best results when I try to do hacking stuff when I use Gemini. When I use other LLM chatbots, it usually complains about not being able to help with hacking stuff. So Gemini, google.com. Need to adjust this code to output all the items from the database. Okay, updated code snippet. So how is this different? So if error, then error.message. Otherwise, console log retrieved item successfully data.items. Total items found data.count. Okay. Grab that, and then we'll go back to the app. We'll reload the console. Replace the code. And run it. Okay, now we've got the items from the database. So object, password, location, notes. We can open each of these up. And obviously, we're not supposed to have access to all the items from the database here. So if we search for the flag for this particular exercise, we see that it's over here in the fourth object. Hold on. No, there it is. Okay, so it's actually the second object. My bad. So here's the flag for the challenge. It says free app, free data. Okay, we'll copy that. My payload still works odd. Yeah, I think I copied over the wrong code. Or something went wrong. Anyways, we'll go down to the bottom for this exercise. What is the flag? Free app, free data. Check. And we're finished. Okay, so we'll do a little wrap up over here. So this was day 3 for Hacker Holidays. So basically we were dealing with some cloud app database integration. And in this case, we found something called broken access control. So broken access control is basically when a standard user can see other users' data, or access admin level functions / data. So it basically means that the access control mechanisms of the application are broken, and in this case they're broken because the AWS account for accessing the DynamoDB database, it has its permissions are too open. In this case, it means that you're able to see other users' data. So that's it. That's it for this particular challenge. And all right, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for Hacker Holidays Day number 3, otherwise known as the Complimentary Challenge, over at TryHackMe.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so escalation only password. Escalation only password, did you see that on the app? Somewhere? Okay, alright, so we've got a couple more of these challenges to work through. Let me go ahead and get the presentation for the next one. Okay, Reach says, awesome, awesome. It's the first entry of that object. The first entry of the object. Okay. I don't see it. It's object 2. Okay. So object 2? This one, right? Escalation only, okay. So escalation only password. Oh, okay. And this is something that escalation only. You know, this might be part of like another part of the challenge. Password is there. Oh, your browser is changing the order. So object sunkissed88. Okay. So these are user passwords. So we got their email and their guest ID and their password. Yeah, all the stuff. All right, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is day number 4. Let me pull that up. It's just fluff. I mean, this is the type of thing that you might want to include if you were doing like a meta challenge or like a more advanced series of challenges. Okay, so this one's called Packed Light. Analyze provided capture for covert communication channels. Oh, okay. So this was the network packet capture one. All right, let's bring it up. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Packed Light Challenge from TryHackMe as part of their Hacker Holidays series of challenges from 2026. So this is day number 4, and Cold Winter says, time to start grinding C and learn reverse engineering and exploit development. Yeah, awesome. Hope you have some good times learning C. It's certainly not the easiest language in the world, but I'm sure you can get through it if you work hard enough. Alright, so hold on, let me reset my progress on the room, and then we can get started. Alright, so this is task number 1. The name of the challenge is called Packed Light. And it says, tiny packets, odd hours, suspiciously regular. Someone smuggling out the data equivalent of a hotel towel every night, folded neatly inside traffic that looks ordinary until you decode it. A short capture from the guest network is all Vera could pull before the connection dropped. Somewhere in that traffic, a quiet little errand is running around on a loop, and it isn't part of any service that the hotel actually offers. Okay, we've got some files that we need to download for this particular task, and before we do that, let's just take a look at the itinerary for today. So today's itinerary: analyze the provided capture for a covert communications channel. Identify where the exfiltrated data is being hidden and reassemble it. Decode the recovered data and submit the flag. Okay, so we've got our task files over here. There's a little link. We'll click it, we'll download it, and then we'll unpack it on our Linux machine. So over here, we'll make a directory for this. So TryHackMe Hacker Holidays. And we'll call this one day 4. And then we'll move the file over here. So from my downloads directory, I think it's called, what was the name of the file? Packed Light, okay. So we'll move it to the current directory and then we'll unzip the file. So what we have here is a file called traffic.pcapng. So pcapng is a type of network traffic packet capture file, and we can open this up using Wireshark. So I'll just run Wireshark on traffic.pcapng. And this is all of the network packets that was sent back and forth between the network devices for this particular packet capture. So it says here that we need to analyze the provided capture for covert communication channels, identify where the exfiltrated data is hidden and reassemble it, and decode the recovered data and submit the flag. So let's talk about it in the presentation over here. So in this challenge for the Hacker Holidays, we're asked to analyze a network packet capture file to find an encrypted message. So an interesting thing you can do inside of Wireshark is you can actually look for files that are part of the packet capture. So we can look at the File Export Objects HTTP option, and we can see that there's a Python script in here, included in the packets, named update.py. So what we can do is we can download this file, and then we can inspect the script. So over here, we'll go to File, and then Export Objects, HTTP Objects, and we see that there's the Python file over here. So from here, we can select the file, then click on Save. And we can save to the current directory as a file called updates.py. Okay, we're going to save that, and then we're going to inspect the file. Okay, so we've got the updates.py script over here. We're just going to inspect it using the Nano text editor. Okay, so this is a Python file. If you're not super literate in Python, that's fine. you could also like take all the code over here and try to get a bit of explanation from your friendly chatbot. But if you know a little bit about Python, you can try to piece together what's being done by the script. Okay, so the first thing that we see here is that there's some sort of domain that's being accessed through this variable C2 URL. So byte Lotus Hotel on port 8080. And we see here that there's some sort of key involved in this get key function. So hotel staff only, keep secret, but it's all in like leet speak and stuff. And this is just the first string concatenated with the second string. So this key is going to be used for something, and it's actually being used for this. So XOR. So XOR is an operation that's done between binary bytes, and you can transform information and then transform it back again by doing the XOR operation between a piece of data and a key. And in this case, it's going to run an XOR operation between each one of these bytes and the key. So each one of the encrypted bytes, or sorry, the plain text bytes with the key bytes, and it's going to create a new byte, basically. So for each byte in the plain text, and it's going to turn it into encrypted text. And after the XOR operation, it's going to run a base 64 operation, which is another type of encoding. And what it's going to do is it's going to output that as the value of this cookie over here. And the cookie is called hotel sesh state. And then they insert the base 64 string. And because it's being done byte by byte, the base 64 string is just one byte of many bytes, probably something like 32 bytes. Okay, and let's catch up with the chat. So Reach says, interesting, so how did you just extract the binary from the PCAP file using Wireshark? So Wireshark is able to interact with the PCAP file, and in the PCAP file there's a bunch of different things you can do, including pull out files that are included in the packet capture. So here we can export objects, and we export objects by the different protocols that were being used. In this case, it could be FTTP data, or HTTP, or SMB, or some other protocol. In this case, we're able to identify one Python script and then a bunch of text files. Text files / HTML pages. Okay, so what's the next step? So when we inspect the script, it describes a method for encrypting a message with a combination of XOR encryption and base 64 encoding. So the characters are hidden in the hotel sesh state cookie in a series of HTTP responses. So what we can do is we can try to find all of the HTTP requests that contain this cookie, hotel sesh state, by running a little filter. So we can look at all the packets that contain the cookie by using the Wireshark filter. HTTP.cookie contains hotel sesh state. So I'll just copy this and I'll apply this to the filter in Wireshark. Okay, so we see here that we only have HTTP packets that contain the hotel sesh state cookie over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to export all of these into another PCAP file. So what we're going to do is we're going to export all the packets to a separate file using the file export specified packets option, and then we're going to export another PCAP file we're going to call this one export.pcap. So over here, file, export specified packets. I'm going to call that export.pcapng. Click on save. Okay, and it should be saved out to our current directory. Here it is. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to pull out all of the cookies. So the easiest way to do it is just to cat the thing out and then grep on the word hotel / state, for instance. Oh, okay. Hold on. I need something a little bit more complicated than that. Letters have never gotten this interesting. Okay, so the next thing we can do is we can use a series of Linux commands to extract only the base64 strings and then output them to a file. So we run strings, not cat. Okay. So we'll run the strings command. So this basically has all the different requests. And in each one of these requests, we've got the cookie here, hotel / state. But we're only interested in getting the contents of this. We're not interested in any of the other data. So we're going to run. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to grep for the word cookie and only get those lines. So we get all these lines with the cookie, but we only want to get this portion of the data. So in that case, we're going to combine that with a cut command. We're going to cut on the equal sign, and we're going to get only the stuff from the last field -2. So in this case, it's all of these base64 encoded pieces of data. So these are all single characters that have been encoded. And what we're going to do, well, the easiest way to do this is to decode them using cyberchef. So it's a very handy little tool that we use. I'm just going to copy all this output, and we're going to go over to the cyberchef website. Grep, cut, and capture? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Too Fat Show, hello, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good time. Okay, so the input here, we're going to paste it in, and we're going to do two things. So the two things we're going to do. So in cyberchef, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to base64 decode. Well, actually, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make sure we separate the operations by lines, and then we're going to base64 decode all the lines, and then we're going to XOR decode the bytes. Okay? I'll talk about it over here. So finally, we can decrypt the message using a combination of base64 decoding and XOR decryption using cyberchef. So let's go ahead and demonstrate that. So here, we've got our input, all of our characters. We're going to split them. Split a string into sections around a given delimiter. Hold on. Let me take a look at my notes real quick. Okay, oh sorry, the operation is called fork. So we run fork, and then from base64 and then XOR. Okay, so over here, fork. So we drag in fork. We split it by lines. Okay, so these are all the base64, bytes. So the next thing we do is we decode them. We base64 decode, so from base64 over here in the operations. We drag this in, and this is still not intelligible, even though it's been decoded, because this is a bunch of XORed bytes. We need to XOR them again with a specific key to get the original contents back. So we're just going to search for XOR and then drag it in. And so with XOR, you need to use a specific key. So if we take a look at the... hold on, where is it? Updates.py script over here. they actually tell us which key they used. So they XOR the raw bytes, which are, well, they all come out as about like 3 characters because of the base64 encryption. So the bytes are actually this right here, HOT. The rest of the key is not really used, but anyways, we'll copy this. And then we will paste in the key as UTF-8. So as ASCII characters, basically. Okay, and we get this flag right here. THM, Vera is watching over you. Alright, so we'll copy over the flag and submit it to the challenge. And that's the end of the room. Okay, let's do a little recap. Actually, before we do the recap, let me just make sure that this is going back to the original thing. Okay. So this is, let's see, review of day 4. So in this app, we're given a network packet capture. And we identify a Python script. This script encrypts the message and hides it in HTTP response packets. In response packets using a specific cookie value. Now, how did you know it was just the first 3 characters? So it was the first 3 characters because it's doing an XOR operation. It's doing an XOR operation that transforms the base64 character. So the base64 character. The base64 character is. It looks like. What did it look like? This thing over here. So FW. So FW equal signs. Actually, let me think about this. You know what? Do we actually need all 3 of those characters, or do we only need the first 2 characters, or the first characters? Only the key press was encoded. It was most 2 bytes long, which means that along with the only 3 bytes will be XOR'd. Yo to the frog. Sack 3000. Hello, nice to see you here. The null byte. So let's see. It was like 1 character, 1 byte. 1 byte plus. Oh, where did I put that thing? So 1 byte plus the null character. So I actually wonder if you need all 3 of those characters in the key. Let me see. Let me take a look at the cyber chef. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. Okay, so that's 3 characters. What happens if we delete one of the characters? If you delete one of the characters, it's still just fine. Actually, we only need the first character in the key. Hold on. Never mind. You actually only need the first character in the key. Because if you only include the first character in the key, it still decrypts properly. Because it's doing, yeah, this is, yeah, it's like byte by byte, which means we only need 1 thing in the key. Okay, consider myself corrected. Thank you for letting me know about that. Or thank you for questioning that. but if we switch it to something else, like the letter G, it's gibberish. In this case, yeah, we only need the first letter of the key, not even the first part. Okay. Okay, let's wrap up. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 4 of the Hacker Holidays challenges over at, well, the Hacker Holidays of 2026 event over at TryHackMe.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so yeah, it's actually good that we figured out that we didn't need 3 characters of the key, just 1. The first 3 allow for full keyboard capture in the case that only the first one due to specified specific characters used. Huh. I guess if you used like, oh, maybe if you did like a shift or like I'm not too sure. Okay, let's move on to day number 5, because we've got day number 5 and day number 6 to cover, and we've only got like 20 minutes left. Okay, so yeah, we're not leaving. It's just that I gotta say these things for my YouTube videos that I'm recording. Okay, so this is day number 5. Oh, this one. Okay. So what is this one called again? It's called like Beach Bar. This is a pretty fun one. Let me pull it up. So this has got some real network hacking, like web app hacking components to it. So this is more my speed. Okay, so we'll reset the progress in the room, and we'll get to it. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Beach Bar Challenge, otherwise known as day number 5 from Hacker Holidays 2026, an event from TryHackMe.com. So what do we need to do in this challenge? So we need to set up a virtual environment for this challenge, and if you want to use the attack box, because you don't have your own Linux machine to work with, you can certainly do that, but we're going to be using our own machine for this particular challenge. So we're going to click on the Start Lab Machine button over here. Okay, Mr. Drevel says, I recently attempted this room. Attack box has a free time of an hour. Yeah, so I mean, the better way to do it is to get your own like Linux machine to do the attacking. So something like a Kali Linux, or like Parrot OS, or some other Linux distribution with all of your tools on there. Okay, so the other thing we're going to do is we're going to connect to TryHackMe's network over here. Okay, so I've got a bunch of different VPN keys for all of the different services I use. In this case, I've downloaded this one for TryHackMe called THM US East, so this is the region, and it's going to be an OpenVPN file. So we're going to run sudo openvpn with the name of the file to get us access to the TryHackMe network. Okay, so we'll know that we're connected when we run the IPA command, and we've got an IP address. So OpenVPN usually creates an interface called ton. Usually the first one is going to be 0, so it's going to be ton 0, and you're going to see an IP address for your machine on the TryHackMe network. So if you see this, you're probably connected. Okay, so we're going to call this day 5 in case we need to put some files in here, and let's take a look at what's going on for this challenge. So we've got an IP address and let's read the briefing over here. Welcome back to the Byte Lotus. This time the sand is warm, the deck lights are coming up, and the beach bar's jukebox takes requests from anybody with a phone. You spend the evening as a guest at the rail who simply notices things. A DJ who never logs out. A song queue that accepts a little more than song titles. A service down the boardwalk quietly announces something. The beachside guest experience build shipped... The beachside guest experience build shipped on a deadline, and the night shift developer wired the jukebox straight into the floor with all the trimming still attached. Okay, so after we're connected, we get the IP address for the machine that we're supposed to, or the website we're supposed to access on the machine. So we can copy this, and we can access this directly on our web browser after we're connected. Okay, so afterwards, we see this website over here called Beach Bar. DJ Booth Sign In, so this is some sort of login page that is available from the landing page of the website. Okay, so the interesting thing about this particular website is that if you take a look at the page source for it, so right-click on View Page Source, there's actually something really suspicious in the comments down here. Okay, so Irene says, is it okay to give everything to the AI for hunting bugs for bug bounty? Is it okay to give everything to the AI for hunting bugs for bug bounty? Well, I mean, the AI probably won't report the bugs before you do. But, I mean, to be safe, the best way to do it is to run like a local LLM instead of using like a web accessible one. But it's up to you how you want to run your operational security, Irene. For bug hunting, for bug bounty, it's kind of hard because none of the stuff is proprietary that you're dealing with when you're dealing with bug bounty. This is the stuff that's all like exposed. Well, it's supposed to be like publicly exposed, right? It would be a different story if you were giving details from customers to the LLM, in which case we're talking about like if the customer gives you like custom web app code or like web app code that's not like public. So it's either way, you probably shouldn't be doing it. You probably shouldn't be doing it with like a public LLM. You should probably be doing it with like a local local LLM. No, publicly exposed is not that you have the rights to the source code, and the web page has a lot of code. I'd say that most of the time you should be using a local LLM. But anyways, let's take a look at the suspicious stuff in the web page source. So here it says the demo DJ login is still enabled for the soft opening. DJ, swap this before the season starts. Okay, so this is the password for the login. So if we go back to the login here, username DJ and password DJ. So this is an example of exposed credentials in source code or in comments. That's not a very good thing. Okay, so what's going on in this web app? So there's a bunch of different components on the web app as well here, but there's something we need to really take note of. So it says in playlists here, bring a set from another night, export the current playlist as YAML, tweak it, and load it back via import. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Like Grok is searching everything I do, Grok is searching everything like I would do. 1 week he did day 1, but didn't find anything. Is Grok searching for everything that you do? I mean, the thing is that if you've got like super sensitive information, you shouldn't feed it to the chatbot, because the chatbot might keep it, it might just keep it in its logs, or it might like accidentally leak it out when somebody else talks to it. Who knows? Who knows what's going on with those chatbots? Okay, Mr. Dravel says, I think this is something to do with the editing the YAML file. Yeah, this definitely does have something to do with editing the YAML file. So let's talk about this. So export the current playlist as YAML, tweak it, and load it back on via import. So what's going on here? So in this challenge for Hacker Holidays, we're asked to access a website, exploit a vulnerability, and take over the server. So because we see in today's itinerary, it just says two things. Find the user flag and find the root flag. So when we arrive at the landing page, we see that there's a login function and there's credentials exposed in the web page source comments. So we use this to get in. And after logging in, we see that there's a file upload function in the app, which could be used as a vector for file upload attack. So we ask very politely if we can upload a YAML file to a web application, could this result in a file upload attack? And our handy dandy AI says how this attack would work. This is a case of unsafe deserialization. It says many libraries, such as Python's PyYAML, allow object instantiation via special tags like bang bang Python object new. So this is the type of attack we're going to be doing today. So on research, we learned that YAML files can be used for file upload attack when the web app uses Python modules, such as the PyYAML module. So what we can do is we can create a very simple test file called test.yaml, and we're just going to put in a payload for insecure deserialization for PyYAML. So in this case, we create an object, and the object is going to run os.system who am I. So it's going to run some system commands through Python commands. So when we create this file with the malicious payload and upload it, it seems to work since we receive a success code in the response. So the response is 0, and in some cases, the number 0 represents success. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll create the test file. So we're going to echo it out. What was it? Bang bang. Bang bang, what was it? Python object apply. os.system. Who am I? Okay, we need to put this between some quotes, right? So this is just gonna, well, it's gonna try to run the who am I command. We're actually not gonna see the results of this. The better way to do this is probably just to use a text editor. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is the contents of our malicious YAML file. We'll save it out. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Okay, talking more about bug bounty over there. So we're going to upload this file to the application. So over here, we're going to click on import. We're going to browse to the malicious YAML file. Where is it? Temp. Okay, test.yaml. Click on open, and then click on load playlist. Okay, and it says loaded playlist, and the only response here is 0. So in this case, 0 means success. The next step is to, since we don't know where the uploaded files are being stored on the server, and we do have RCE, or remote code execution, through the payload, we can send a reverse shell payload to get direct server access. So instead of running OS system who am I, we're going to run a reverse shell payload that's going to create a connection to our attacker machine through the vulnerability. Okay, so we're just going to run, well, where do we get this reverse shell payload? So there's a very convenient website called revshells.com that can be used for creating these kind of reverse shell payloads. So what you do is you plug in your IP address and the port number, and as well as the type of command that you want to use to create the reverse shell connection, and it'll get you up and running. So in this case, I'm going to run a very reliable reverse shell payload with BusyBox Netcat. And we also need to get our IP address. So we can get that with the IPA command. So for our ton0 interface, which is connected to the TryHackMe network, this is our IP address. I'm pretty sure that this is already plugged in. Yeah, this is the same one, right? Okay, so we have to specify a port where we're going to be available at, where our listener is. So it's port 443 for us. So it creates the payload. I'm just going to grab it. And then we're going to edit our malicious file. Okay, so we'll just replace whoami with our reverse shell payload. Save out the file. And before we run this, we need to set up a listener for this machine. Okay, so we'll create a listener with well, we'll just do like a netcat one since everybody's got access to that. So we're just going to run netcat -nlvp port 443. So this will create a very simple netcat listener that's going to listen for an incoming connection from the victim machine. Okay, so let's see. Irene says, are CTFs paid? They're so different from the real production. Well, I mean, everything here is like being run inside like cloud instances. It's the safest way to teach people how to do these cybersecurity, how to do these attacks. Okay, so we got our listener listening here, and we also have our malicious file with our reverse shell payload. So to run it, we're going to upload it to the application. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, we're going to browse. We're going to upload our updated test.yaml file. Click on load, and then we see here that the browser tab is actually stuck. If we take a look back at our reverse shell listener over here, we see that we've gotten an incoming connection from the victim machine's IP address. So if we type whoami, we are now the bartender user. Okay, and we're on the web server here. So we're in. I guess we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about this. Let's go ahead and do that.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes in every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Beach Bar Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying applications with faulty PyYAML modules included. That is a big mistake. We managed to take advantage of the insecure deserialization vulnerability in these PyYAML modules, and then we used it to run a reverse shell. Maybe you knew about these security flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so there's one more thing we need to do. What we did was we just got initial access. So there's two steps to this particular exercise. There's initial access and then there's privilege escalation. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to become the root user on the system. Right now, our shell is not very good. We can upgrade our shell with Python. So there's Python 3 on this box. So we'll run Python 3 command import pty pty.spawn bin bash, and that'll at least get us a prompt for our shell. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the running processes on the system, but not in any old way. Because if we see what's going on the system, we actually don't see very much. We can't actually see the complete commands that are being run on the system unless we make our text really small. So after we make it very small, we can run the same command to see the running process on the system. And we still can't see anything. Oh, you know what? I think it might be because of the terminal that we're using. Okay, so I'll... star. Okay, PS, AUX. You know, that's funny. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do here? I'm just gonna exit. I'm gonna get out of here. And I'm gonna run our reverse shell with a different program. So we're gonna run Penelope instead. And Penelope is a reverse shell handler. It gives you a better shell than your Netcat one does. Okay, Eamon, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Control, you mentioned, could you clarify? What are we talking about? Alright, so we'll try to connect again. Okay, so we'll load up the file again. We'll try loading it, so we should get another reverse shell here. And because we're using the Penelope shell handler, we have a much better shell. So if we do PS AUX now, we can actually see the whole commands that are being run. So the reason why we didn't see this stuff before was because we weren't running a very functional shell. So in this case, we see that there is a password included in one of the commands that is running over here. So let's make it even smaller. So we'll make the text even smaller, and then we'll run it again. PS AUX. Okay, so here we can actually see the full commands that are being run. And inside of the command arguments, there's a password here. So stream pass sunset spritz 2024, which is kind of old, but anyways. So this is what we're supposed to be paying attention to. So this was included in one of the command arguments. And this is a password. So whose password is it? There's only a few different users on the system. Zoom out more? Yeah, zooming out more got us the password. So we'll copy this, and this is actually the password for the root user. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch users over to the root user. We're going to paste in the password, and now we're the root user. And we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we just got root access to the system because somebody decided, or the root user decided to reuse their password for the application over there. We can move into the root directory and we can get the root flag over here. There's also like a user flag. We'll get that one first. So the bartender user should have the user password. So let's get the user password. And we'll put it into the TryHackMe page. Okay. And then we will go into the root directory and then read out the root password. Okay, and that's the whole challenge. Okay, so that was that's the end of the challenge. So let's talk very briefly about what happened in this particular exercise. So summary of day 5. So there was a web app using a file upload function, and that function used the PyYAML module. That module is sometimes vulnerable to insecure deserialization that will run Python code. So we used a file upload attack to get direct access to the web server. And from there, we leveraged privilege escalation through an exposed, reused password for the root user, which was exposed through running process command arguments. And that's it. All right, everybody. That was a guided walkthrough for day number 5 from the Hacker Holidays 2006 event from TryHackMe.com. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, just one more to go through. I'd really like to be able to do 4 of these because I need to keep an update or like an upload schedule on my YouTube channel. Okay, Irony says, how can I learn and get involved in something in cybersecurity reading more than blogs? Or what, don't get it? Or what, don't get it? Okay, I mean, let's talk about how you can get involved in cybersecurity. Sure. So, to get involved in cybersecurity... Okay, so the first thing you can do is find an in-person cybersecurity meetup. So most big cities in every country have these meetups. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a cybersecurity meetup. If you can't find a cybersecurity meetup in particular, you can also look for like computer/tech meetups in general. Find people who work in cyber / like students learning cyber. Okay, talk to them. The other thing you can do is you can get involved in solving CTF challenges. Solve CTF challenges. There are lots of different websites. There's stuff like TryHackMe. There's like Hack the Box. There's Pico CTF / Scilab. You mean intermediate level. So, Irene, what is your background? No, I'm not a beginner. I want to be intermediate. Could you tell me what your background is as far as like tech and cybersecurity is concerned? Maybe I can give you some advice. I mean, the advice is the same. Find in-person cybersecurity meetups. Talk with people who are doing the jobs that you want to do. Ask them how they got their training. But let me set up for the last challenge of the day. So the last challenge of the day, what's this one called? There are challenges that will take you all the way to master. I mean, yeah. I mean, okay, so Irenia, it seems that I'm a student, I got accepted to cybersecurity BSec? Learning security, you've been learning security for a year. So, I mean, Irenia, so I think, I'm guessing that your specialization is like web app security? I could be mistaken. So, I mean, for web app security, the thing you want to do is you want to study a bunch of web app security vulnerabilities, right? So, Portswigger Academy is your best place to learn. Okay, I was learning Fast API to understand the backends, but it's boring. Okay, well, I mean, sometimes you have to learn the boring stuff to get to the good stuff. If you don't want to learn, but you still want to hack, then you don't want to hack. You got to do the learning to get the hacking done. Okay, Cypher says the meetups I attend tell me I don't know you. Can't find work. We are not hiring anyone. That seems pretty unfriendly. Okay, so Cypher, you went to some cybersecurity meetups, and at the meetups you asked some people about work. I mean, the thing about going to the meetups to find work is that the first thing you need to do when you go to these in-person cybersecurity meetups is to be a good member of the community, right? Don't just ask for work. Contribute to the community, because if you don't have a good reputation in the community, they have no reason to help you. So how can you contribute to the community? You can give workshops. You can volunteer. You can volunteer for events, stuff like that. It's a good point, thanks. You have to learn boring stuff to get to the good stuff. I mean, you don't understand how what is the word? How childish it sounds when you say you want to get the goal, but you don't want to do the work. If you're not willing to do the work, you don't deserve the reward. Okay, Cypher says, they say my skills are good, and I don't know why I wouldn't have Jobs would also explain why by saying that they aren't hiring anyone. I mean, I think you need to talk to... Maybe you could ask them to introduce you to some other people. Just because they are not looking to hire doesn't mean that they are the only people out there. They might know other people who are willing to hire. Basically, you know, expand your network as far as wide as you can. All right, let's set up for the last challenge. So this is day 6. And I think this is a pretty... This is like an OSINT challenge, right? Yeah, so this is an OSINT challenge. It shouldn't take very long. All right, let's get that set up. And I'm guessing this is not going to take more than like 15 minutes, so I'll just put 15 minutes on the clock. Okay, so this is overheard at breakfast. Let's pull it up. Okay, let's get started. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Overheard at Breakfast challenge from TryHackMe's Hacker Holidays 2026 event as part of day number 6. So let's take a look at what's going on in this challenge. So this is an OSINT category challenge. So OSINT is basically using open source intelligence, basically public information. And today, this is the description. So the breakfast terrace is loud this morning, clinking cutlery, espresso machines, the usual chatter. One guest couldn't help but linger at a nearby table, seeing more of a conversation than they were meant to. When the table's occupant stepped away for a refill, they seized the moment and grabbed a screenshot before it could disappear. Somewhere in that conversation is enough to track down an account nobody was supposed to find. Okay, so SysOS says, I think we riff on each other all the time. Do you think I would be willing to help him find a job if I could? I mean, I'm sure the people who know each other in this community here, they're much more likely to be able to help each other out because we have a relationship with each other. And if you know somebody, you're much more willing to help out the people that you know, right? Okay, Tattletale says, I think you're right about that. I've had good and bad experiences with meetups, focusing on the good ones that I connect with and not waste my time with those that obviously can't and won't help. Well, I mean, you should try to be friendly with the people at the meetups, even if they can't help you. Even if the people, well, I mean, unless they're, you know, like, unless they insist on talking to you about projects that don't really interest you, that kind of stuff happens all the time as well. But, you know, just try to be as nice as you can when you go to those in-person meetups. Unless they're there to sell a product, maybe. Okay. So we've got a couple of files to download here to do the room. But we also have an itinerary. So it says analyze the provided conversation for identifying details, extract the relevant clues, locate the hidden account, submit the flag. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to download these task files. So download them. I'll create a directory to work inside of. So this is day 6. And we'll move the file that we just downloaded from the downloads directory. Where was it? Overheard at breakfast. Okay, so we'll unzip the file, and there's something called conversation.png. So to open up a file from the terminal, we can use the xdg open command. It basically uses whatever the default file is, or the default program to open up the file. So in this case, it's going to use a image viewer file, to look at the PNG. Okay, so what's going on here? Hey Lambo. Hi Ponzi, how are things going on your end? Doing well, thanks for asking. Enjoying the resort so far? Absolutely. Bite Lotus is treating me nice, love the food, weather, and overall vibes. We'll probably come back next year too. Love to hear it. So I've been posting so much on social media and helping customers around. I never ended up getting your handle so that I could possibly tag you next time. Glad to hear that. I've been seeing those awesome posts. Yeah, nowadays I don't really use much social media. Though I'm still out there, I used to use this free tool that let me upload my profile and link other media accounts. Was neat until I wiped everything. Started with the G, if I remembered correctly. But if anything, this is the best way of communication. So we've got your email address over here. Okay, so this is the information we need. Let's talk about what we're doing in this challenge. So in this challenge for Hacker Holidays, we're asked to analyze an online conversation for sensitive information and identify a hidden online account. So after downloading and examining the picture file, we see these details. So there's a free tool that let me upload my profile and link that started with a G, and then there's the email address. So if we use an AI chatbot to inquire about this kind of service, it responds with Gravatar. So if we ask about a free tool that lets me upload my profile and link and started with a G, let's go ahead and do that over here. So let's try Gemini. Okay, and what was it? I think I need help identifying a service or identifying a tool that lets me upload a what was the exact wording? Upload my profile and link other media accounts. The tool starts with the letter G. What is the tool's name? Okay, so the tool you're thinking of is likely Linktree or Gravatar. So the tool we're actually looking for is called Gravatar. Let's talk about this. So if we use an AI chatbot to inquire about this kind of service, it responds with Gravatar. And after a little more research, we can see that Gravatar has an email check function, which allows us to look up Gravatar accounts from their email addresses. So we can do that over here. Gravatar email check. And we find this tool over here from Gravatar. And we can plug in the email address that we found to find the account we're looking for. So what was it again? Lambo Bite Lotus Hotel at gmail.com. Okay. There it is. Check on that. And we find the account. So the profile URL is here, so we can copy this and then paste it in. And we find this person's account. So funny thing about email hashes, they follow you places you didn't expect. Glad you found the right corner of the internet. Here's your prize. So what we find here is not exactly the flag, but it's an encoded version of the flag. So this is using a very common type of encoding called base64. So we can echo it out, and then we can base64 decode it from our terminal. So from here, we get the flag. Secret profile has been identified. So we'll copy this. We'll go over to the challenge website, and then we'll submit the flag. And we're finished. Okay, so before we go, we'll talk about what happened in this challenge. Wrap up for day 6. Okay, so in this challenge, we're asked to do OSINT, that is open source intelligence. On a conversation online, like a text message, convo screenshot. It included a clue for an online tool and an email. We searched, actually we asked the AI to help ID the tool, which we did, and then we accessed the tool and found the online account. And that's it. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Overheard a Breakfast Challenge, otherwise known as day number 6 from TryHackMe's Hacker Holidays event for 2026. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, that's what I got from Perplexity. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you need to be very specific about the details before it'll give you the right answer. But anyways, we're finished with our Hacker Holidays challenges for today. We're going to move on to the next portion of today's stream. Okay, so we're doing topic number 3, and topic number 4 is on deck. Okay, we will do this for 60 minutes. Okay, so let me close out some of these windows that we're not using, because it kind of bothers me when we've got too many windows open. Have you done all the challenges? No, I haven't done all the challenges. Before I knew the next batch of challenges, I'm going to need to spend some time solving them first. Okay, TryHackMe's done. And what we're going to do is we're just going to talk about binary exploitation. So right now I'm in the middle of developing a course for binary exploitation. It's strictly teaching like beginner level techniques. And we're currently talking about we're mostly talking about like buffer overflow attacks. Buffer overflow and mostly stacked buffer overflow attacks. So the thing about binary exploitation is that there's a lot of prerequisite knowledge to even learn how to do the beginner-friendly challenges over here. But yeah, thank you very much for being patient with me as I work through some of this stuff. Today we're just basically going to do a few easy level challenges, and we're going to be walking through how to do some of these challenges. Okay, Robo says, how much memory were all those tabs using? I mean, probably a good amount of memory. I mean, that's another good reason to delete as many tabs as you can when you're not using them, because they just eat up memory on your computer. Okay, so the first challenge we're going to be looking at is, well, how about a classic one? It's called Clutter Overflow. And you can find it over here. Memory is cheap, right? Well, I mean, memory used to be cheap. It used to be much cheaper than it is now. Okay, so what's going on in this challenge? It's clutter everywhere and not a byte to use. So we've got, strangely, and well, this challenge was written before they decided to go with like a cloud model. So they actually have like a server running this challenge. So if you can use Netcat, you can use this one to access it. Okay, so there's two links here. There's one for the C code that runs the challenge. There's also like a test binary that we can download. So just for fun, we'll work inside of our workspace. So click on Open in Workspace. Goldwell Partner, hello, nice to see you here. Windows 7 command panel. I'm not too sure what that is a reference to. Memory, maybe? Anyways, so we're running inside the workspace. Inside of Pico CTF, well, Scilab Academy now, right? We'll make a directory for this called Clutter, because it's called Clutter Overflow. And we'll download the two files. So chal.c, here's the link. So we can just wget this down. Same thing with the binary. Okay, so the first thing we want to do for any one of these binary exploitation exercises is we want to make sure that the binary is executable, so we chmod it and give it executable permissions. Okay, so afterwards we can actually run the program. The other thing we can do inside the terminal is we can actually make this full screen. So we can right click on it, we can click on this frame, and we do open frame in new tab. So this will give you a nice full screen view of your web accessible virtual machine, which is nice. So we're going to go ahead and run the challenge. So it gives us this very nice ASCII art of a bedroom. It says, "My room is so cluttered, what can you see? What do you see?" So it's a user input prompt. And then it gives us these details. Code equals hex 0. Code is not hex dead beef. And then a little frowny face. Okay, so the other thing about these binary exploitation challenges is that they usually give you a source code file. So in this case, chal.c, that we can inspect to try to identify the vulnerability that we need to take advantage of. So nano chal.c. Okay, so we see the C source code over here. So we got size equals hex 100. So hex 100 is 100 and no, this is a pretty big number, right? So it's like 256 times 256. hold on. Sorry, I'm kind of bad with like hexadecimal conversion. Hex 100. 256. Oh, right. Okay. So 100 in hexadecimal is 256. So that number represents 256. Okay, and then the goal is defined as hex dead beef. Hex dead beef. This is a pretty common symbol you see in these type of challenges because it, it looks like a English word. So what's going on here? So character clutter, size. My room is so cluttered, what do you see? Gets clutter. So what the code does is it saves out the user input from the gets function here, and it saves it out to a variable called clutter. And clutter is equal to size, and size is equal to 256 as defined up here. So what we need to do is, it looks like what it's looking to do is it's looking for us to overwrite the values over here, because code, where is it? There's a variable called code over here, which is equal to 0. And there's another thing over here that cats out flag.txt. So the flag is the goal for the challenge. And there's a check over here that does if code equals goal, then printf, how did that happen? Take a flag for your troubles, and then print out flag.txt. So this is what we want to have happen. So we need to make code equal to goal. And we can see up here in the code that goal equals dead beef. So how do we put dead beef into the code variable here? So we need to do something, we need to do some buffer overflow. So let's get out of here. And we'll run shell. And we know that by sending a certain number of bytes to the memory, we'll overflow and enter other parts of memory. Okay? And in this case, we don't send enough. So what we can do is we can actually send specific numbers of bytes. We can run like Python and then print those out. So print a times 512. Okay, so that's a lot of A's. So we're just going to feed all these A's into the program. Okay, what do you see? Print off these A's. And then it says code equals 41414141. Okay, code is not dead beef, segmentation fault. So segmentation fault means that the program crashed. So what we need to do is we need to find out exactly how many A's we need to send before it gets into, before it enters the code variable over here. We know that 512 A's was able to enter the variable, but it was too much. So we need to scale it back. So we can play around with this a little bit. So from 512 we can go to, we know that the buffer is 256 bytes long, so maybe we'll just go over by a little bit, say like 300. We'll go to the challenge, we will run it again, and then we'll put 300 A's. So 300 A's still overflows the buffer, so we'll reduce the number again. So maybe this time we'll try 275. Okay. Okay, and 275 still overflows the buffer and fills it up. So we'll go down again. So from 275 we'll do, how about we know 255 is the size of the buffer. Maybe we'll do 265. Okay, man, you need to use cyclic, it's so handy. I mean, we could use a cyclic command as well. So we would run like something like rag2, what was it? Rag2 print out, like, let's do 300, right? So this will print out a cyclic pattern of characters that we can look up later. Okay. We'll run the challenge, and then we see this in the code. So 4164, so it's basically a number representation of these characters here. And we can inquire about this using the rag tool. So rag to q. So it tells us this is little endian 264. 264. Okay. So we need to send 264 characters. Let's just test this. So we'll make a pattern that's 264. And when we send 264, if this is correct, then we shouldn't see anything in the buffer when we run the next program. Okay, so it's still there. Okay, but if we send one more, we should see that the code has been replaced by whatever we put in after this one, which is 255? No. What was that number again? The number was 264, so we'll send 265. Let's do that. So we should see this lowercase b in there when we do this the next time. Yeah, so 62 is a lowercase b. So the offset for buffer overflow in this case is 264 characters. So we need to send 264 characters and then send these bytes, hex deadbeef. Of course, we need to send these in opposite order because this is a little endian byte order binary, which we can tell if we do this. File on shell. So LSB is least significant byte, which means little endian byte order. That means that if we want to feed in these bytes deadbeef, we need to feed them in backwards. So if we want to send hex deadbeef, we need to send it in 2 bytes at a time and backwards. So it's going to be EF and then BE and then AD and then DE. So to feed these in, we can use a program like Perl to do this. Let me see if I can get the right command. So Perl, yeah, it's going to look something like this, but not exactly like this. So our bytes, the bytes that we want to send are, whoops, we're going to separate them by backslashes. So it's going to be dead beef but backwards. What was that? EF and then BE and then ED and then DE. So DE, wait, AD, yeah. DEADBEEF. And we also need to send a bunch of characters before that, right? Hayes, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, we're doing binary exploitation right now. So we'll print out A times 264, and then append our dead beef here. So it looks like this. Of course, dead beef doesn't actually get rendered out as printable characters, so we see this garbage here instead. But if we send this to the binary, it should get us our answer. Okay, Nullsec says Peta's mad? Oh, because of dead beef? Maybe. Alright, so here's our Perl command. We'll pipe it into shell. Okay, so it actually works. It says take a flag for your troubles. Cat flag.txt, no such file or directory. So it doesn't work because we don't have flag.txt in here. Actually, let's make one. So HackerFrogs like and subscribe to flag.txt. Okay. And then we'll run it again. And he says if you can use the pwn library and use pack 32 dead beef, yeah, it does work. If you can use the pwn library, it should be on here as well. Okay. So take a flag for your troubles, HackerFrogs like and subscribe. So this is the offline version of the challenge. We need to run the online version of the challenge to finish the challenge. And it's over here. Where is it? Okay. Netcat. So we're just gonna run this, but pipe it out to netcat mars.picoctf.net on this port. Okay, so the reason why this doesn't work, so this didn't work. The reason why it didn't work is because we didn't put in the enter key. So the enter key has its own hex that we need to include here. And we're just going to append onto the end of this, hex 0A, which is a line return. So this is basically the hex that indicates that we press the enter key when we feed it into the binary. And we get the flag. Take a flag for your trouble. picoctf controlled clutter is in my buffer. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to use more pwn tools lately because pwn tools is what all the professional CTF players use. Okay, so we can go over to clutter overflow and paste in the flag. So if there's anything you don't quite understand about what we did in that challenge, let us know in the chat and I'll try to explain as best I can. Anarchist says, pwn Python is a little less clean as a one-liner though. Pwn Python is a little bit less clean. Yeah, it is a little less clean because you have to do something like, you have to do like Python command, like import, like from pwn, import star, and then write your other stuff, like P6432, your commands, whatever. Okay, Anarchist says, best I get is Python C import pwn sys.standard out write. It's a little less, I mean, for something longer, you probably want to write like a legitimate script, but for something shorter, like Perl works just fine, and you don't have to write as much. But, you know, whatever gets the job done is what I like to say. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're gonna round out our conversation about binary exploitation by doing a challenge. And we're gonna do a challenge from HackerPol called shellcode, because we were talking about writing shellcode in the previous session, but we didn't really write out too much shellcode. So we're gonna do this challenge. Well, that's loud. Okay. and we'll talk about what we're doing, more like binary exploitation concepts as we work through this challenge. So the description of the challenge says, do you know what a shellcode is? So this is another free challenge from HackerFrogs, and to do this challenge, you actually need to have a Linux environment where you can run Docker Compose, because all of the challenges from HackerFrogs involve running Docker containers. So instead of running the infrastructure on their website, they have you download their Docker containers and run them on your own machine, which is actually pretty smart. But it is a little bit more tech unfriendly to people who can't use Docker. Anyways, we'll copy this. I've already downloaded this to my HackerFrogs directory. Yeah, a little bit more involved. Okay, so this is the shellcode challenge here. I've already downloaded the Docker Compose file here, and it comes with one file here called executor. SysOS says there are people that can't use Docker or Podman. I mean, if you're doing binary exploitation, you're expected to know like a bare minimum of how to run your tools, because it's not super beginner friendly. Super noobs. I mean, super noobs also want to try like binary hacking, but it's not for noobs. Well, it's not for super noobs. Anyways, we'll run Docker from over here. Okay, so Docker Compose up. Okay, attaching to shellcode. So shellcode should be running now. So the shellcode container, it basically runs the online component of the challenge here. Another console accesses the challenge with netcat. Netcat localhost 4000, but in this case, we're not going to be accessing the online version of the challenge first, because we need to examine the offline version of the challenge. So over here, first of all, let's see what we're dealing with. So this is an ELF 64-bit binary, LSB Pi executable, x86 64. So this points us towards the fact that this is a 64-bit program, which means that when we're dealing with our memory registers and our memory space, it's 64-bit memory addresses. So they're larger than the 32-bit ones. So this is also a least significant byte, so LSB Pi executable. This will come in, this will be important later when we actually start writing our shellcode. So the other thing about this program is that they don't give you any source code to look at. You need to look at the code for this program in your disassembler. So I'm going to run my favorite disassembler program, Radare 2, to take a look at executor. Okay. So afterwards we analyze the program with AAA, and then we take a look at the functions. So AFL for all function list. Actually, we'll run that with less. Okay, so we see here there's a bunch of different functions we need to pay attention to. So there's a read function and a main function, and then a bunch of other stuff that we may or may not have to pay attention to. So the symbols here, they tell you what kind of functions were used inside of the C programs. The C program that was used to compile this particular binary. So there's always going to be a main function as well, so we can actually take a look at the disassembly instructions for that. So we'll run print disassembly function at main. And it's not a super complicated program, it's very, very short. the important thing we have to understand is that there's a variable called variable 2000 hex. I think, no, sorry, not 2000, it's 200x. 200 hex is like 512 decimal bytes. So there's 512 decimal bytes that are allocated as a variable, and then it calls the read function. So what is the read function? We could probably like do a little bit of research about that. We know that this is a C, well, it's a C compiled program. C coding read function. So the term read refers specifically to low-level POSIX system call used to read raw bytes from a file descriptor. So the read function in this case is taking in user input. So this is how we put in input into the program. So the other thing that happens is that whatever is read is also going to be saved into the var 200 hex variable over here. So we supply user input, it's saved to var 200 hex, and then it's loaded into RAX, and then from there, there's a call to RAX. So call RAX, this instruction is basically going to run whatever code is in the RAX memory register. And in this case, it's user supplied. So what do we do here? So shellcode challenge. Program takes in user input. The program runs the user input as code. So that invites us to we should put shellcode in as user input. Okay, and the shellcode is going to open up an interactive shell for us to use, and that gives us direct system access. So there's a few different ways we could create shellcode. One way is to look at a bunch of different repositories. Like this person's repository that has a bunch of shellcode. So the thing we have to understand about shellcode is that there's different shellcode, which are basically assembly instructions. So not code that we would normally use to write programs, but these are pretty close to machine instructions. And there's different shellcode for each different type of processor. So in this case, they've got Linux shellcode, they've got OpenBSD shellcode, Windows 64 shellcode, etc., etc. In our case, we want Linux shellcode because we're dealing with a Linux system. We would just indirectly. Okay. All right. So Linux, we're dealing with x86-64, which is the x86 chip. And we want a very basic shellcode that just runs binsh. Okay, execute binsh.c. I don't know if that's the one we want. Reverse shell TCP. I actually haven't really taken too close of a look at this stuff. Set UID, reboot, shutdown. Okay. So you could look for shellcode in repositories like this, but there's actually a very convenient tool that we can use to create shellcode as well. That's included with Pwn Tools. So Pwn Tools is a very ubiquitous set of tools for binary exploitation. And let's just get out of here. So the name of the tool is called Pwn. So Pwn is the name of the tool, shellcraft is the name of the function in the tool, and we can use it to create a bunch of different shellcode payloads. In this case, the one that we're using is AMD64, which is x86-64 for a Linux shell. And we're going to run it and output it in a format that is a bunch of hex bytes. So these are the hex bytes for our shellcode that opens up a shell in AMD64 Linux. So we can use this as part of another command. So we'll copy that, and we'll start playing around with our executor program. So you run, well, we'll use Perl. So just like we use Perl for our other commands, we can use it here, but we can also use like Pwn tools as like a Python script, and we'll practice using that as well, but maybe a little later. So in this case, we're just sending our shellcode, and we're not sending a bunch of A's. And we're going to put this into the executor program. Like this. Okay? So when we run it, it opens up a shell. I mean, the thing about this is that we wouldn't be able to tell the difference because we're opening up a shell and we already have a shell. But what happens if we do exit? Ah, so we actually didn't send a shell. Just, my bad. Just a second, everybody. Okay, let's move back into that directory. Okay, so let me get that that command first. I started up with the walkthrough for this. HackerPoll. Over here, and I saved the command that I used. Okay, open sh shell first, and then use the shellcode, and see if it spawns a bash shell. So the other thing we need to keep in mind here is that when we're using our Perl command, we also need to print out a cat command as well. Well, not print it out, but we need to run a cat command to get the file out. So this is what the command looks like, except we're sending it to executor. So we run the Perl command, but we wrap it up in a set of parentheses, and we also run the cat command afterwards, so that we can actually get back whatever we're sending to the shell. Harry Potter fan not here. Harry Potter fan? Sorry, I don't get the reference. Okay, so from here, type who am I, the shy hat. So we were actually able to put the shellcode into the program and then execute it. And yeah, so we've got a new shell. Well, the other thing we could do, maybe we could use Python to upgrade our shell. So Python C import pty.spawn bin bash. Oh, executor. Executor is a Harry Potter reference. It's been a while since I've watched any of those movies. Okay, now we got a prompt again. Awesome. Okay, so to actually finish the challenge, we need to access the online version of the executable. So I'll just exit from here. Okay, so instead of piping out to executor, we'll pipe out to netcat localhost 4000, where the online version, well, quote-unquote online version of the challenge is actually a Docker container. And just like before, we don't have a prompt in our shell. Actually, which Python? Which Python 3? There's no Python 3 either. But anyways, the only thing we need to do in this shell is cat out the flag. So read the flag, cat flag.txt, and then this is the flag for the challenge. So we'll grab this, and then we'll submit this to the challenge. Where is it? Shellcode. Paste it in. We're finished. Okay, but we could also do this, we could also finish this challenge with a couple of other tools, like Pwn Tools. So Pwn Tools is your super popular Python tool for doing Binx challenges. So we'll do nano shell exec.py. Okay, and let me just get a boilerplate from another challenge I've done. Executor, okay. Shout out to Anarchist for hooking me up with this boilerplate code. Thank you very much. So in this case, it's going to be localhost 4000, like all the other challenges, but we're sending a different payload. So in this case, we're sending our shellcode. And I'm pretty sure we can generate the shellcode on the fly with Pwn Tools. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that. Okay, so Pwn Tools shellcode for Linux x86. x86-64, because we have to be very specific about this. Okay, generating a Linux x86-64 shellcode is primarily achieved using the shellcraft module, combined with the ASM function. The shortest implementation to generate the raw bytes for a standard bin.sh executive shell is context update. So, okay, we need to give the architecture for our system here. And shellcode equals ASM shellcraft.sh. I mean, it seems easy enough. Let's copy this. So in this case, we're not really sending super complicated payloads, so we'll just omit this. So this portion of the code gives the machine specs. In this case, it's like AMD 64 as an architecture and Linux as an OS. So we set up the shellcode as ASM shellcraft.sh, and we're just going to send that to the binary. And then activate interactive mode. And it should accomplish the same thing. So we'll save this out. Then we'll run the script. Yeah, so this essentially does the same thing as the Perl command we did above. And we can also read the flag.txt file here. Awesome. All right, so I mean, going forward, I'm definitely going to try to use Pwn Tools as much as I can, because it only gets more complicated the more you get into binary hacking challenges. All right. Anarchist says, best to wrap that ASM call in encode. Encode ASM avoid B0, which alters the shellcode to make sure it doesn't use bad characters. I mean, one bad character in particular, right? Although I guess we could set up other bad characters as well. Oh, you know, Anarchist, did you figure out what the exact issue was with Narnia 2? Because during the last stream, I spent 3 hours trying to do the Narnia 2 challenge from over the wire, and I was having a really bad time. /n is more common. So /n is /n like hex 0a? Or is it like hex 0d in hexadecimal? Anyways, but yeah. I think hex 0a, okay. This one, sometimes... Yeah, thank you for letting me know about avoid bad characters, because that's actually going to come in very handy later. But yeah, I'm gonna... The next time we do binary exploitation as a course, I'll have updated curriculum set up that is hopefully more comprehensive than what I have currently. But what time is it right now? 5:15, okay. So we're going to be doing this challenge next, so Samurai from HackSmarter. This is a Linux CTF box, which anybody can use and get access to. Anarchist says, I think it does occur in the default .sh encode, so it's good to encode your template so you remember. No, I never did get Narnia reliable or really figure out the issue. I mean, there are a lot of people having problems with the with Narnia in the Discord for Over the Wire. But I'm sure we'll figure out one of these days. Alright, so we're going to be doing this challenge next, but I need to take a little break. Maybe like 3 minutes, then we'll come back and we'll do the final part of today's stream. Let's switch out the overlays. Okay, and we'll set it up for like 2 hours after our little break. I think it's related to standard out being closed. The only way I found to avoid was to manually step through the GDB. Yeah, it's funny when you get the exploit to work in... Actually, there's something like specific, right? There's something specific to binaries only having certain functions when it's being run through the debugger, right? Okay, but anyways, let's put on the birds, and we'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll do the final part of today's stream. Okay, here are some woodpeckers. Look how fun those guys are. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, everybody. See you in a bit. Okay, let's get back to it. Anarchist says the other option would be just not to use an exec binsh payload, either by doing exec flag cat flag.txt if you know the path, or maybe even a bind shell, then netcat to it. But I didn't test those. You know, that's not something I considered. I never really considered using binary exploitation to open up like a reverse shell, but it's an interesting concept for sure. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the challenge. We got 2 hours on the clock, and after 2 hours, I'm gonna need to go because I got a social engagement a little bit later today. But let's go ahead and enroll in the course, and then I'll show you how to access the challenge. So after you've enrolled in this, hey Nullsec, thank you very much for redeeming the Budweiser frogs. Okay, Anarchist says you might need a stager if your shellcode got too long. As space was a bit limited, I think parts of the buffer were being clobbered. Yeah, you got to be careful when you're doing these buffer overflow challenges. Okay, so let's launch the environment, and then afterwards we're going to need to get access through our VPN connection. Is this a boot to root? Yeah, this is a boot to root. So this is a classic network hacking challenge from HackSmarter. So let me give you the link if you want to give this a try yourself. We know about you and your secret swimming lessons. Secret swimming lessons? You mean Budweiser frogs? I mean, I won't say no to a beer every once in a while. Oh yeah, Pro Boy. Hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? We're doing something different today. We're doing network hacking challenges. So this is a challenge where you've got a vulnerable server out there on the network, and you need to completely take it over. So let's read about what we're supposed to be doing here. So as part of a penetration test, your team identified an interesting web server. Your task is to enumerate the target, establish an initial foothold, and escalate privileges to root. So you've been provisioned VPN access to the client environment. No initial credentials are provided. Okay, so we need to do this all ourselves, huh? Yeah, no actual endorsement of right-wing political groups here, please. Thanks. Okay, SysOS says calling Budweiser beer is an insult to all loggers. JK. I mean, it's probably the weakest logger that ever existed. But sure. Anyways, click on the Systems tab, and we can download the VPN connection file. Let's see. There we go. So download VPN configuration down here. Alright, Challenge Lab Samurai? Sure. Let's go ahead and get access. What is it called again? Challenge Lab Samurai, right. Okay, and then we'll get access with OpenVPN. So sudo OpenVPN with the key. Okay. So how do we know we're connected? We'll know we're connected if we run the IPA command and we have a ton0 interface with an IP address. So we're probably connected. We should probably try to do a ping on the server out here. So we'll just copy the IP address. And I will name this tab our Nmap port scanning tab and run Nmap. Okay. So there's only 2 ports open on this machine. So we should probably run an nmap scan on every one of these network hacking exercises, just in case there are some hidden ports somewhere on the system. I doubt there are any, but you know, just in case. So the other thing we can do is we can access the web page for this IP address now that we're connected. So we'll go over to HTTP this thing. Hey, there's a samurai. Okay, cyber any. Samurai were Japan's warrior caste from the 10th to 19th century. They served feudal lords and were known for discipline, loyalty, and mastery of martial arts. Common swords used: katana, main sword; wakizashi, short companion sword; tachi, older cavalry sword; tanto, dagger. Craft your sword. I mean, the fact that they've outlined these words make me think that these might be passwords for something. Okay, it's 5 a.m. where I'm from, still doing C. No worries, I hope you're having fun learning C language. Okay, the other thing we should probably take a look at is the source code for this particular webpage. Hint. Class Hint Craft Your Sword. I hope it isn't some weird thing where we need to take the names of these swords and like put them together in different configurations for a password. Although that might be the case. Anyways, let me create a couple other tabs. We'll do research over here. We'll give it a funky color. How about green? And maybe we'll do some fuzzing over on this tab. We'll make it yellow. So we'll put in our swords over here. So katana, wakizashi, tachi, tanto. This is stuff that I used to be really into. I used to really be into samurai and like Japanese martial arts. Okay, so we'll just save this out. We might need to start making a password list out of this stuff later. So what do we get back? So OpenSSH looks like a pretty modern version, so that's probably not what we're going to be hacking directly. So we can actually start fuzzing. Hello, Kiki Mama. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's start fuzzing the website. Was I on the right? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. We should probably move into the correct directory for this. We'll call this Samurai. And we'll make sure that we're in the Samurai directory and all of our other terminals as well. The problem is that we didn't save our swords to the correct directory. Okay, let's do that again. Okay, Freedom Dow, hello, nice to see you here. What are we hacking today? So we're hacking the Samurai Challenge from HackSmarter. Let's get... This is the link over here if you want to try it out yourself. Okay, let's start fuzzing. So we'll just run some derb first as a quick directory busting attack. Sounds cool. I mean, well, we'll see how cool the Samurai Challenge is. Okay, if nothing comes back from this, we can try using some more advanced directory busting tools. So we definitely need to get in through the web server. So if we're... Okay, let's talk about our metagame. So metagaming the challenge. There are only 2 ports open. There's port 22 and port 80. 80 is the HTML port, or the HTTP port. So if we're metagaming, then we know that we need to exploit the web service to get direct web server access, or direct access to the server. So this could be something like, the attacks could include like SQL injection or file upload attack, or what else is like a common way to get into like OS command injection. So I'm guessing it's going to be one of these 3 attacks that we use to get in. We just need to find the correct endpoint first. Okay, Freedom Now says, so it's scanning for open directories on the web server with the word list. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing right now. So we found an administrator directory, an API directory, assets, cache, components. So we might have to do some API fuzzing. The other thing that we have to understand is that there was a hint on the landing page that indicated craft your sword. So the name of your sword, well, the name of the swords is probably going to be used as like, maybe like an API, like an API endpoint, maybe? Yeah. Actually, that's probably correct. So these swords, we should probably, well, we'll do 2 versions. There'll be one with the lowercase and one with the uppercase. Libraries came back for 03. We should probably use the swords list as like a list of directories as well. But let's check out the administrator page. That's weird. Didn't load up. Oh, okay. Oh, Joomla. Jeez, I haven't seen this in forever. Okay. So Joomla is a content management system, and content management systems are pretty notorious for software security flaws. In fact, there's a specific tool that is used to scan Joomla applications for security flaws. I think it was like the Joomla CMS security tool. Okay, thank you very much, ADCS Nightmare, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Joom scan. I think this is what I was looking for. And thank you very much for following General Causality. Thank you. Or General Casualty? General Casualty. Joom scan on GitHub. So Joomla vulnerability scanner. So I think I've used this tool once, maybe like a few years ago. It's not very often that you come across Joomla. Okay, so typically for each one of these tools you want to just copy the repository. So joomscan.git, copy it, and then we'll just make a special tab just for this, joomscan. Okay, so we'll git clone this repository, and then we'll enter that repository. Now, how do we run this thing? Okay, how to install? Perl joomscan.pl. Oh, we're using more Perl, everybody. So do default checks. Do default checks. I mean, we probably just want to do some default checks, right? So this is going to be on the Samurai website here. Oh, it detected the Joomla version. So the Joomla version is very useful for us because there might be, this version of Joomla might be vulnerable to a known exploit. We can search for this. No results for this. Okay. How about like an earlier version? Probably not. So we found administrator index.php, administrator language. Okay, so the other thing we could do is we could just look for the names of those swords as directories. So katana is a directory. That's interesting. So katana is a legitimate directory here. How about the other swords? So there's katana, there's wakizashi, and there's a separate directory for this one as well. That's kind of this feels kind of CTF. Not gonna lie. Okay, what about just random? Oh, it responds to everything, basically. Huh. So it doesn't matter what you put in here, like, you know, anything. It doesn't give you an error page. That's going to make things difficult. Yup. It's got some funky redirects on the server. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to see. Okay, let's take a look at the Joom scan. Target Joomla core is not vulnerable. Admin finder, robots.txt not found, backup files not found. Readable config files are not found. Okay, so we found the administrator page, and that's about it. So this goes to Joomla. Let me just check to see if there's no glaring problems with the source code here. Okay, nothing jumps out at me. Let's take a look at the API directory. Okay, API resource not found, sure, because it's not the correct endpoint. We can scan the API endpoint for proper API endpoint names. So we could use something like FFUF, which is a fuzzing tool. Oh, the other thing we could do is we could start using some Burp Suite, because Burp Suite is your best tool for doing web app enumeration. And we'll start up the Burp Suite browser. So we go to proxy, open browser, and we'll put in our address over here. So there is the administrator page over here, and the API endpoint. Yeah, okay. So the important thing about this is that all their information has been recorded by the HTTP proxy, and then we can get the information about this from Burp Suite. So for example here, we can save this to a file that we can use with FFUF. So copy the file, we'll call this API rec.txt. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So from here we can run some FFUF. So API rec.txt, and in this case, we're going to run some common API endpoints. Actually, let's run the swords endpoints. So swords.txt. Okay, everything came back 404. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set up a fuzzing point for the tool. Okay. So this is a request file that we're using with FFUF. So I'm going to set up that our fuzz is going to be right here. So API/fuzz. And we'll run FFUF again. So this all came back 404, which means this stuff doesn't exist. And that's fine. We'll send it with a few different word lists. So first of all, let's locate some word lists. It should run better with the fuzz. It should. It really should. Locate seclist grep API. So API actions, API seen in the wild.txt. This could be good. So the other good list that I found is like the API list from Portswigger, like the Burp Suite API list. Okay, so the list is too big. We'll filter on size 54, because we might still get 404 responses. 22 Trendy, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so filter on size 54. And we can ride this out. It's only going to take about 20 seconds. This gives me an opportunity to have a little sip of water. Just a sec. Okay, Anarchist says, if you search Joomla version fingerprinting and poke around manually, rather than just relying on existing tools, you find stuff. I get the feeling you're trying to give me a hint, Anarchist. Maybe I'll take your hint in just a sec. Joomla version fingerprinting. Okay, so, I mean, we used the tool, and the tool told us that the version of Joomla being used is 4.2.5. But we can also search for techniques. Joomla version fingerprint. Okay, I mean, the AI says the meta generator tag. The HTML section is for meta generator text, Joomla. Open source media, sometimes it reveals the exact version number. So we'll search the... Well, I guess we'll search the administration page. Hanzo says, I'm doing this machine with you right now. I just tried JoomScan. Enumerate components, got some interesting stuff. That's a good point. I did the basic scan. Maybe I should be doing a more advanced scan. Okay, so we'll search for Joomla. It doesn't seem to tell us the version number that's being used here, though. Gemini was much less helpful for you. Mine flagged manifest file, Joomla XML. Oh. I mean, I didn't look at the full thing either. So core readme files, readme.txt, or language engd to get the version metadata. So we could try readme.txt to see if it exists. Ah, okay. So this is a Joomla 4x. So it's Joomla 4. It says Joomla 4.2. So Joomla 4.2 gives us a lot more. It might give us a lot more options as far as known exploits are concerned. So yeah, Joomla 4.2. So this is help desk 4.2 point something. More helpful results. The manifest was what I was hinting at. The manifest. So manifest.xml. Or Joomla.xml. Administrator manifest files Joomla. Manifests files Joomla.xml. Okay. So 4.2.5. So this, I mean, it's the... So include folder htaccess.txt. This could be interesting. There's also like a web.config.txt that might have some really good information. We have the exact version of Joomla being used, 4.2.5, and we can do a specific search. So Joomla 425 exploit. Joomla 4.2.5 is famously affected by CVE 2023 something something, a critical unauthenticated information disclosure vulnerability. Well, I mean, it's good to do like more involved searches, I suppose. Yeah, for sure. So what is a CVE? So usually if there's some sort of CVE associated with an exploit for a specific piece of software, there's probably somebody on GitHub that is maintaining some sort of tool that takes advantage of it. And we find one here. CVE equals how to exploit. Well, let's take a look. Exploit CVE 2023 something something. Okay, so I'm looking at this. Unauthenticated information disclosure. So we're running Ruby. Hey everybody, when was the last time you coded in Ruby? (2015). Okay. Pro says, on my PC now. Are you in college like me? No, I haven't been in college in a couple of decades. Okay. Install using gem. Deployment of vulnerable environment. We don't need to do this. So can't we just clone the repository? So go into the repository, clone it. And we'll git clone this. Do Indian programmers like to use Ruby? I don't know anything about this, so if this is actually true, let me know. Seemed like it for a while. Really? Okay, so I think we should be... That's a Django specifically. Django. Okay, so how do we run this thing? So Ruby exploit.rb. And what are our arguments? URL and then options. So the URL for this is going to be HTTP. We should probably like rename this thing because the IP addresses get on my nerves a bit. What was your major? My major was visual arts, so nothing related to computer science. Okay, so there's ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm just going to put on the birds. This is my... Well, this is a really cute little video. This is a little robin having a bath. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. So if you're wondering what kind of bird this is an American robin. Anyways, let's get back to the hacking. So it says, load error. Cannot load such file. Requires... Oh, okay. So maybe we need to... What do they want us to do here? Requirements. HTTPX, install using gem. Gem install, bundle install. Okay, so we just run bundle install from the git root here. An error occurred while installing docked and bundler cannot continue. Yeah, true. That is a bird having a bath. Well, we'll try just doing the gem install. Do I need to run this as root, maybe? Hey, what are you learning right now? So we're just doing a hacking exercise, or a network hacking exercise called Samurai. From this website right here, it's called HackSmarter. So it's a cybersecurity education platform. It's just accessing an endpoint I managed to get in already. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought we were going to get something good. Well, we got the database password. Okay. Well, actually, this is some good information, because Oda Miyamoto might be some usernames on the system. So, super users... Oh, you know what? Yeah. They also might be reusing their passwords. Okay. Proboy asks, are you a beginner or like an intermediate level? Well, I mean, I guess you could say that I've been at a beginner level for a really long time, so I guess that by default makes me at an intermediate level. But the thing is that the problem with me is that I'm spread out between too many different disciplines, so I'm a beginner at like 15 different things. Is what it feels like. Extremely advanced beginner. I guess you could call it that, yeah. Okay, let's just output that to maybe secret.txt. Mastered beginner. I guess you could call me a bullpen ace. CyberSecWiz, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so the Joomla user is this, and the Joomla password is this. So we'll try just using these credentials on their face and see if they work. I mean, they should work. Very advanced beginner, new position, here we go. Yeah. Okay, so the user is this, Joomla425. And the password, well, might be this. We'll see. Username password do not match, or you do not have an account yet. Xmetric says likely won't work. Got a MySQLin. You have to use SQL injection. Is it vulnerable to it? So I mean, we can also add these to our list of potential passwords. For example, echo this out to pass.txt, and we can save these for later. The password will be in Joomla, in table, yeah, will be in there, right? Just try the other username. We can also try this password with other usernames because, you know, sometimes there's password reuse. So, because it says that this is this user over here, Oda at local.local, is a super user. So we could try this. So username that, and then password is this. And it looks like I'm in. Try Oda by itself also. I think we just got logged into the application. Oh no, it didn't. Why was there such a large lag then? Oda? Or try variations. I mean, the information here should be correct. So let's see. Maybe with the capital letter? So uppercase O. Maybe the user's name is Samurai? Maybe. Couldn't hurt to try. Or Miyamoto? Well, okay, it was Miyamoto. Alright, so we're in Joomla now. I guess we can do a write-up as we go, because it'd be nice to be able to... Oh, this is not my repository. Leave the wallet and address and note. Be sure to download and delete backups. Because we're ransomware. We're ransomware people here, yeah. Okay, so the URL, the concept we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the method to solve. Stream went out for a moment. Let me take a look at my stream health. So it doesn't seem to have gone out on YouTube. You said that it hiccuped for a little bit on Twitch? Oh. Wait, I did get something weird happening on YouTube as well. Well, it seems to be resolved now. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Okay, so the concepts we need to do this challenge. This was known. So Joomla, CMS exploitation. In this case, it was like using the Joom scan tool, which is very nice. And then researching known exploits for software versions. Okay, so let's talk about what we've done so far. So the method to solve, there's our beginning scans, then our initial access. So I'm pretty sure the initial access is related to uploading something in Joomla, but we'll see. Whoa, did we just get raided or something? Because the viewer count like spiked up all of a sudden. Okay, so for the beginning scans, there are only ports 22 and 80 open. Using directory busting, we find the administrator endpoint. And that endpoint lets us know that we're dealing with a Joomla CMS app. So there are specific tools used for scanning, for security scanning on Joomla. So we'll leave the link for the tool for JoomScan. Where is it? It was just a momentary glitch. Okay. So what are we doing right now? We're just doing a little recap of what we've found so far on this particular hacking exercise. It's been pretty good. We've made some progress. So using JoomScan, we get the version of Joomla being used. I guess we'll give the command that we used to do Joomla. Make sure to record all the commands that you used, especially if you're recording commands that you don't usually use, because you might want to come back later, or you might encounter a challenge with the same kind of problems later, and you want to be able to look back to your notes to be able to find your previous commands. So this lets us know that the version of Joomla is 4.2.5. Okay, why don't you do one thing, like one discipline instead of 4 things at once? Just curious. It's because I teach. So, we'll talk about this briefly, sure. Why do I spread myself between all these subjects? I teach cybersecurity on Twitch and YouTube. This requires me to learn the basics of a bunch of different disciplines in cyber. So stuff like network service hacking, web app hacking, reverse engineering, binary exploitation, cryptography, digital forensics. So I can't, due to this, I can't get especially skilled in one subject or another. Nullsec says, I do the same, it keeps me more interested. I mean, if you're okay, your voice is the most American one I've ever heard. If I wasn't so Canadian, I might not take that as an insult, but sure. I'm not actually insulted, it's just that I'm not American. I'm Canadian. But if you find me easy to understand, that's all that matters. Okay, what are your thoughts on Claude Code? Claude Code in the future of system management? I mean, I'm not really the right person to ask, because I don't really do programming as a vocation. If there are other developers in here, or people who have done development work, they can probably better answer your question. But Alaz Vlogging, hello, nice to see you here. And Takamando, good evening. Alright, we were doing our write-up. So this is note that the version of Joomla is 4.2... Wait, let's confirm. .425, okay. Thank you very much, the Top Hat Fox, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so if we search for what the search term is, Joomla 4.2.5 exploit, then the AI helpfully lets us know that there's a CVE associated with a sensitive data vulnerability, sensitive data exposure. Associated with Joomla 4.2.5. Okay, Hanzo League says, got shell already, let's go. Awesome, awesome. I'm thinking that you got shell through uploading malicious code to some sort of Joomla endpoint. Because Joomla, if you're logged in as an administrator, you can modify the code on the pages. Proboy says, if Canadian intelligence gave you a cybersecurity job, would you take it? Maybe. Maybe, because I've got some yeah, I've got certain circumstances in my life which I'm not too sure if I would take like a government job. Okay, bad shy. Wait, what did I do? Okay, so we found the exploit. There's a GitHub project that exploits this one over here. Don't sell out to the man. Okay, Henki, are you using agentic AI to solve the challenges? I need manual to learn much. I mean, here's the thing. I try to stay away from agentic AI because agentic AI doesn't let you learn. I mean, if you know this stuff already and you just want to use agentic AI to speed up the process, then go for it. But most of the time, there's a lot of good information to learn if you don't automate with AI. Okay, where's the tool that we're using? This one. Vibe hacking is not the vibe. I guess you could say that. Okay, using this tool lets us... Well, using this tool exposes usernames and passwords for this target. Okay, let's go ahead and get the commands we use to run the tool. So first it was gem install all this stuff. And then run the tool. Just being a poser. A poser? Yeah. Okay, Xmetric says, do you think it's wild that someone could have a master's degree in cybersecurity, but have literally zero experience coding and no real networking knowledge? It sounds plausible, because I've, not that I'm saying that every cybersecurity degree or cybersecurity program from like a university is bad. It's just that I've heard of some pretty bad ones. Okay, Anarchist says, it depends what you're using the LLM for. Pointing the LLM at a target and asking it to solve, likely not going to help you learn, but using it to understand pieces as you put them together yourself can work. I mean, I'm a fan of using the LLM to help you learn as a supplement to learning, right? Especially, let's talk about this very briefly. Using LLMs in learning new skills So LLMs are very good for helping beginners understand concepts. For example, we'll use the example of like Python coding. So if you're learning like, new concepts in Python coding, you can ask the LLM something like, why does this code do X? Right? And then the LLM will explain concepts and concepts about Python, for example, and explain exactly, or tell you exactly why the code does what it does. So I myself have asked LLMs a lot of times, it's like, why does this Python code do this? Why do we need to run this function with these parameters, etc., etc.? You have to... You don't ask the LLM to solve your problem, you ask the LLM to explain little bits and pieces. Using LLM as a tutor is the best use of AI. In that regard, it's just a search tool. I mean, it's slightly better than a search tool because search tools bring you to the information, but they don't tell you the answer. You need to read the answer for yourself, which might or might not take a long time, depending on how well you parse through the information that you see. If you know auto mechanics, it can liken everything to working on a car to make this stuff stick. I mean, if it can use like analogies, yeah, that helps. Okay, Xmetric says, you can also say to the LLM that you are an English major and that you understand any and all things English to put metaphors in the English world to help drive home complex scenarios. Half Mint, hello, nice to see you here. Is that something that's actually possible? Is what actually possible? Okay, so let's get back to what we're doing. So specifically, we're told about the following username and password. So this one was Miyamoto. Miyamoto, and the password was what? This thing. So this is an example of like password you use. Okay, Jackson America, hello, nice to see you here. Henky says, on the CTF challenge right now, I see solved by 7 minutes. It's like the Nmap scan hasn't completed yet, others were completed the machine. Is that fair? I mean, if they're using like an LLM chatbot, or like a, not a chatbot, but like an agentic AI, they could solve it in 7 minutes. Actually, an agentic AI probably wouldn't solve it in 7 minutes, but they are using like heavy use of scripting. I've heard about this. So I've heard of like top level CTF box solvers. They use heavy use, or they heavily use automated scripts to solve boxes in very quick. Solve boxes very quickly. Basically, everybody who's at the top at like TryHackMe and Hack the Box, they all use a lot of automation scripts instead of doing it like hands-on keyboard. Although they do some hands-on keyboard too. Okay, Jackson America says, I developed a website using Python and HTML. In that website, you can message me from your home. You can message me from your home. If you'd like that, I can send you the URL. Are you collecting information using your website? Are you going to be recording my IP and maybe some other information? But anyways, let's get back to this. So password reuse, now we're in Joomla. We've detected that your server is using Python, no, not Python, PHP 8.1.2. PHP 8.1.2, this could be like another vulnerable software version, because it says that it's obsolete. Hold on, let's do some research. No, I'm not implying that you're trying to do anything bad or anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and user Miyamoto logged in as admin. Oh, okay, so they are an administrator. So if they're an administrator, then we can do some... We can run some administrator modules. We could also like modify some of the code. Okay, just because I want to do this quickly. So Joomla admin page editor. Mucho suso, mucho sasso, ellipsis. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, you can use the page editor in Joomla administration panel. Go to your website administrator, log in with your admin details. Content articles. Okay, click on content. Articles. No articles have been posted yet. I guess we can post an article. Okay, RMRF. I mean, we don't do deletion here. Okay, I searched Joomla admin access to RCE to get even more specific instructions. I mean, Gemini is kind of devious, isn't it? Okay. So Jackson America, why don't you add me on Discord? So I've got Discord here. Or Reddit. And maybe you can talk to me there. Okay, so once an attacker gains a valid administrator or super user credentials to the Joomla backend panel, achieving remote code execution is a straightforward process, typically accomplished by editing an active template file to inject executable PHP code. Okay. Log into the dashboard and then go to templates under configuration, control panel templates. Is that under... So it should be on the side menu here somewhere, right? Administrator templates, maybe? Maybe we're looking for like site templates? Gemini doesn't seem to censor my hacking questions. ChatGPT has got it pretty bad, but it's also noticeably dumber. Gemini was very helpful, even reminding me of the basic PHP web shell content, of course. Okay, so this is our Cassiopeia details and files. Wait a minute, don't we have like a default template for the for the landing page. Okay. Select templates such as Protostar or Cassiopeia. And then probably like component or index.php, probably something like index.php. Error.php or index.php. So let's do index.php. And then we can edit the PHP in here. So we probably want to include a, isn't that a Cassiopeia? Isn't that a cluster or something? I mean, I don't know very much. Cassiopeia is like a mythic figure, right? Okay, inject payload. Insert a standard PHP execution one-liner, for example, PHP systems get command, into the file and save the changes. So it's something like this. We can just put it at the we'll just put it at the beginning because we're super brazen, right? So this is all PHP code. So we just need to insert the line. Okay, Cassiopeia is a constellation and an asterism. Asterism, Cassiopeia, mother of Andromeda in Greek mythology. Oh, awesome, awesome. Okay, then we'll save this out. Where's the save button? Save and close. So we should be able to access this from Ethical Hacking Ingrid. Hello, nice to see you here. What's up? So where do we find this file specifically? So templates Cassiopeia index.php. Okay, what is the exact file path? So it's this /templates /Cassiopeia. How do you spell that? And then it's index.php. Okay. It's ethical hacking RD. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. And it's not ethical hacking grid. Although I don't know Ingrid. Okay, so CMD equals who am I? Yay, we've got RCE. Alright. So what did we do? I guess we should probably record how we did that as well. So as the administrator, we went into the template settings inside the Joomla app, and then we modified some of the files in there to include a web shell that lets us run whatever commands we want. So in this case, we could run all sorts of commands, like which busybox. Okay, because if we've got busybox, we can run a busybox reverse shell. Jackson America, I don't think I want to do that on stream because, well, first of all, I'm not too sure what's on your website, and if you start sending messages back in real time, then you might send something that might get me in trouble, so I can't do that. But yeah, sorry about that. Okay, let's set up a reverse shell handler. So we'll call this the Penelope handler, and we'll make it nice and, I don't know, yellow. We'll do RL wrap with Penelope on port 443. And the last thing we need to do is we need to craft our reverse shell payload. Maybe over here. So we're going to craft the reverse shell payload over at RevShells. Where did I put that thing? RevShells.com. Okay, I mean, Jackson America, you could ask some of your friends to help you out with that. I mean, I can help you out with that, but I could help you out with that. Message me on Discord or message me on Reddit, but I can't do it live on stream. Okay, so we'll run a BusyBox reverse shell because it's pretty reliable compared to some of these other reverse shell commands over here. You can use a bunch of different tools for reverse shells, but there's some that are more reliable than others. Okay, so we've got our listener over here. It's listening. We'll just run it from the web shell here. And we're in. Awesome. Okay. So we're the www data user, and the name of this box is called Street Coder. Street Coder, but not Street Samurai? That's disappointing. There's no home directory? Oh no, it's not etc home. It's just home. There's nothing in the home directory. Alright. Oh, no worries. Yeah. It's just that I can't do it live on stream because of OPSEC problems. That's all. Okay, so what are we going to do now? So we need to do some privilege escalation. Let's talk about this very briefly. So we just got direct access to the server. From here, what we want is to escalate our privileges to the highest level user, who is the root user. BlazeBits, hey, what is up? What is up? He doesn't want to know where you... I live in Canada, everybody. Anyways, BlazeBits, how are you doing, man? Let's give you a shout out. BlazeBits is another... I blame Canada, of course you do. BlazeBits is a InfoSec creator. He does, he streams on Twitch. Do you also do YouTube or not, BlazeBits? Let me know. And yeah, he also works in the InfoSec industry as a penetration tester. So if you go over to his stream, you can get some real perspective on people who are working in the industry right now. Streams and vids, I'm editing right now. Yeah, isn't that how it always is? I'm always editing videos. Okay, we're in though. So what should we do from here? So we need to find out how to elevate our privileges. That's what we're doing right now. So the other thing we could take a look at is the opt folder here. Backup. So the opt folder usually has your optional software. In this case, we've got a backup directory in here. It might have some really good stuff. Let's take a look. DB Maria, you say? This is just like a binary. What happens if we run it? It's like a SQLite database. Usage database. So DB Maria database. I mean, if this is a custom binary, there could be security holes. So let's run some strings on it first. Okay, so MariaDB dump socket equals something something. User is root. Oh, okay. To temp backup.sql. Okay, nullsec says it's sort of like a fork named after his daughter, MariaDB. It's a SQLite, yeah. I think he forked it again and then named it after another kid. You can run standard SQL queries. That's an SUID file, is it? Let's check. It is. Yeah, so it's got the SUID bit set. Patricia DB will be next, is it? Okay, so there was something about like temp. What was it? Temp backup.sql. Whoops. Wait, it doesn't exist? Oh, it doesn't exist. Huh. If they referenced it, I thought it would exist. Okay, so if there's gonna be something weird, Mr. Jamie Lepoulet, hello, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Okay, I mean, let's take a little break because there's an ad running on Twitch right now. We'll put on our favorite video. These are our fledgling Stellar Jays. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need a little bit of water. Oh, that was muted. Anyways, yeah, there's an application called PNGTuber that's being used to power my avatar. That's the program that lets the little frog animate his little bubble and stuff. PNGTuber is the program that runs the frog avatar. True. Okay, so there are a couple of things that we could use that might be possible for privilege escalation here. So we have a binary that runs some database program, right? It might be vulnerable to any of the following. So something like path injection, like maybe path hijacking. Or it might be vulnerable to, like, probably not vulnerable to something like buffer overflow. I think we might want to investigate this binary for path hijacking. The Discord link? Yeah, I can give you the Discord link. And yeah, thanks, Nullsec. Well, if you want, Jackson, you can put your website in the general chat in the HackerFrogs Discord. As long as nobody reports it as being like, you know, a malicious website or something, give it a try. Okay, so path hijacking. Let's take a look. So it runs MariaDB dump. It runs MariaDB dump. Does this exist somewhere? Okay, so it exists. So user bin MariaDB dump. We might be able to create our, well, we can't really create anything here, can we? Do we have write permissions in this directory? I don't think we do. I suppose we can still try. We can move into like the temp directory. We could create our own MariaDB dump because it's being referenced without a explicit file path. So echo something to MariaDB dump. In this case, it would be like, oh, like creating a like a root bash. Hold on, I haven't done this in a hot minute. Let me look up those instructions. So this is a method of privilege escalation you can do if you've got access to path hijacking. Okay, so it's something like this. So the payload is, Henke says, try the exploit using MariaDB, fake DB, who am I? Oh, so you think that we could try doing some OS command injection? Maybe. You don't actually need path hijacking. Check the strings again. Okay, so you're really telling me about this. No worries. Okay, so back up. Fake DB, who am I? Fake DB, who am I? Alright. Fake DB. I mean, we could also use like a legitimate one. Okay, outside the quotes, you're sending a new command. Yeah, I mean, Jax America, I'm sorry we can't help you right now, because there are inherent risks associated with looking at what is the term? Dynamic content that is controlled by somebody else on the live stream. Because you could, you know, post up images of stuff that's going to get me banned, or type out stuff that's going to get me banned, and I should take care of myself and not expose myself to this kind of risk. Okay, I mean, if it says where it's... Yeah, I don't think we successfully did it, though. Peen-free stream. Unknown fake DB. So, what kind of database is it expecting, though? It's expecting... tempbackup.sql. Tempbackup.sql. Does it run code from there? I mean, we can make it. So, like, we can just... You don't need to know anything about MariaDB to exploit it? Or care what the command does. Ah, we cannot create anything in the temp directory? That seems weird. Oh, it exists. Okay, fake DB touch temp POC. Telltale says this is definitely the place to tell about a few apps I've developed. You've developed cybersecurity apps before, Telltale? Can you tell us the name of these projects? The names of these projects? Oh, phone-only stuff. Okay. Okay, so the command is what? So db Maria, fake db, touch poc.txt, got error. Okay, and what's in the temp directory now? You can read that file, cat temp backup.sql. It's empty. What do you mean by crow surveillance? Okay, check out the command is running strings. Okay, MariaDB socket uroot string temp backup.sql. Try taking it out of the double quotes. So hold on. Let's just switch out the single and the double quotes. Vulnerability scanner. You don't say. You write the POC on opt backup? They write the POC on opt backup. Opt backup. Okay, so let me check one more time. So it runs Maria dump. User root with, I'm guessing it's u root and then the string is going to be the password. Then it outputs to temp backup.sql. Okay, I just use a typical command injection to avoid issues with the surrounding stuff. You just need to escape. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Oh no, Ken. Okay, so I'm being pointed. Wait, what? We did create a root-owned file called poc.txt. Hold on. So db Maria. Okay, well, we'll do like for sure .txt. Okay, yeah. So apparently we can run whatever commands we want through here. Pwned got root. Alright, so let's just run. So if we've got like RCE as root, as you only, let's see, but yeah, as the only stuff after your injected string is redirection, it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we'll try running our root bash command. So the root bash command copies bin bash over to temp root bash, and then it makes it an SUID binary, and then from there we can use that root bash file to become the root user. Okay, and then we just need to run root bash -p, and then we are root, and we're finished. Awesome. Thank you very much for pointing out.
What are you? I'm system root.
And we became system root. Yeah. Dangerous and vile. What a combo. Bidoof. Hello. Nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, so we'll move into the root directory, and then we'll get the root flag. I wonder where the user flag is. Is it in... Well, first of all, let's just get that root flag, and then we can... Katana, huh? You don't say. Alright, we'll go back to the challenge. The root flag is here. And we'll start looking for user.txt. Yashu says hello. Hello, nice to see you here. Genius hackers. I mean, we're just doing this one hack at a time, right? So find /name user.txt to dev null, but we shouldn't need to do that because we're root. Okay, it's in the var www directory. Great. Okay, let's cut that out, and then we can finish the exercise. Nothing like a good slicer stab. But yeah, thank you very much, Anarchist and Henky Lodwig for pointing us towards the OS command injection. Much appreciated, thank you. Okay, and now it's complete. All right, so we'll spend the rest of our time doing our write-up. So, are you a hacker or a cybersecurity engineer? Why can't you be both? You can totally be both. SysOS Master? I mean, he might not be around anymore because it's pretty late over. I didn't want you to be late for your social engagement. Yeah, no worries, Anarchist. Much appreciated. One's cooler than the other? Maybe. Porque no los dos, of course. Alright, let's do the write-up over here. So initial access is... like, now that we have admin access to the Joomla CMS, we can get a web shell on the app through the templates, through editing the templates on the app. So we should probably specify how we got there. One is more anarchistic than the other? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so from the admin dashboard, it's... what was it? Was it from system or components? System site templates. System site templates, and then what was it? Then click on Cassiopeia details and files. Okay, Hanky says, I think you can teach us maybe that Binary can write files using SQL query syntax. I mean, I haven't done super advanced. I haven't done writing files using SQL commands in a really, really long time. Maybe I should look for something that that teaches about that. And then you click on index.php. Now you're editing the index.php file. Insert the following web shell code inside the PHP tags. Oops. What did we put in there? This one. Why do I keep on clicking on that? Okay, so systems, get command, right? And then click on was it save and exit? Save and close at the top of the screen. Does this stream end in 3 hours? No, the stream will be ending in about 14 minutes or so. I have to meet up with a friend in a little bit. Okay, click on save and close, and then now we access the web shell from so it's templates Cassiopeia index.php as our endpoint for the web shell. We can append to the end of the endpoint. What was it? CMD equals your command here. To run system commands. Okay, we'll use a reverse shell payload from revshells.com. So something like this. Okay, so that's our initial access. So the only thing that's left to do is to write about the privilege escalation. So we notice a suspicious file in the /op directory. Actually, suspicious directory in this case. It says /backup/ what was it called? Stay safe, Tattletale. Okay, so this opt/backup DB Maria, right? So this file is a custom binary used to run a tool called, what was it? MariaDB dump. So the exact command used to run the tool can be found by enumerating strings on the binary. So this is the exact command. So this command is vulnerable to OS command injection. Because it doesn't sanitize the arguments sent to the command. So I guess the argument sent to the command is where the string comes in over here, which is going to be the database name, and it gets output to tempbackup.sql. So we can inject OS commands into this binary, which is running as SUID. Owned by root, with a payload like this. So it's going to be, and we can get it from a backup over here. Your commands here. So using this injection, we can create a root bash binary in the temp directory. So this is SUID binary. An SUID bash binary. This. Then run the root bash binary to get root access. Temp root bash -p, finished. Okay. Awesome. One write-up done. All right. I guess we can go ahead and submit over at HackSmarter. Yay, course complete. All right. Thank you to everybody, especially the people who were hacking along with us. I appreciate your insight a lot. Okay, we can shut down the lab because we're responsible hackers. And that means that HackSmarter doesn't have to pay a lot more money. Well, I'm pretty sure HackSmarter pays a lot of money for his cloud computing access. So let's try to be as nice as possible. But yeah, I should probably point out that HackSmarter has a bunch of fun content, and there's a bunch of free stuff here as well. 4K a month, says Nullsec. That's not an amount to sneeze at. Okay, so what are the courses over here? So they've got a lot of good stuff, especially for Windows Active Directory. They've got a couple of courses here on Windows Active Directory as well. So if you want to learn how to hack Windows, it's definitely a good place to go and learn. They also have some like free labs on Windows Active Directory as well. So they've got stuff on web app, on Linux. They've got stuff for AWS. So if you want to learn about cloud hacking, this is a good place to come and learn. And 55, hello, nice to see you here. How you doing? So lots of good stuff. We're going to be coming back next week and doing more streams. As usual, we start off pretty light, and then we get into our heavy topics later on. Hold on, let's get the schedule for week 44. No, it's not here. Hold on. It's a machine on HackSmarter. Is it a free machine? Yeah, it's a free machine. It's, let's see. HackSmarter. Slevers, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, long time no see. So it's HackSmarter Samurai. Give it a shot. Here we go. So week 34. So we're going to try to finish the game we were playing earlier on Sunday. It's called Her Story. So we're going to be doing that on Sunday night. And then on Tuesday, we're going to be doing our C learning, our C coding course as usual. And we're also going to do, what else? We're going to start our new beginner-friendly course over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. It's Linux OS operations. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to use the Linux operating system and you're coming from an absolute zero background, then this is the time for you. You can learn how to use Linux. Everybody here uses Linux to do their hacker stuff. We're also going to be doing some challenges from Hacker Holidays because we need to finish off this event. Yeah, we did Linux binary stuff today. You might want to go back earlier in the stream. But yeah, we're going to be doing Hacker Holidays on Wednesday, and on Friday we're going to be doing some NoSQL injection challenges. Because I need to get better at NoSQL. So SQL injection is already, a big can of worms. But NoSQL is a different system altogether. We're going to be trying to figure out how to hack NoSQL on Friday. But yeah, let's see if we can find some people to raid over on Twitch.com. Maybe some people from InfoSec streams. I think it's broken. I think the website is broken. NE? Yeah, we'll be exploring cool stuff like that. Hold on, everybody. Sliver says, I love my SQL injection. It's definitely my favorite. It is a lot of fun. Okay, so I think we will raid into Moohoodles. She's always a really fun character to watch. She does puppet shows, she does space stuff, and she does other science-related stuff. Let's see what she's doing right now. Okay, let's start the raid. That is a shark. Don't drink too much? Well, I'll try not to. I'll try not to, everybody. Alright, everybody, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Sunday. But have fun with Moohoodles. Please give her this raid message when you arrive on her channel. OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. I'd really appreciate it. And yeah, hope to see you on Sunday. Hope to see you on Tuesday and on Wednesday. Alright, see you next time. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2... Oh, hold on. We've got a Discord. we've got a Reddit. And if you could follow the stream, if you're not following right now, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.